ground for a living. They're the ones that control our destiny. All right, I think his funny accent has overstayed its welcome, don't you think? The rest of us just gonna go, I'd like to thank this other bogan that looks like a Ned Kelly. There she is. Look at them, they're so pathetic. Look, it's just more Trump like. I don't have a personality and I like Trump a lot. Dig, baby, dig instead of drill, baby, drill. Do you get it? We're having fun, aren't we? Bogans! Isn't it so annoying? Like, it's just really stupid people that have heaps and heaps and heaps of money that they didn't deserve in the first place, controlling the destiny of an entire country. These are the fuckheads that you have to negotiate with.
The platform we are on was especially built for us by Santos to be able to see their gas plants throughout our gala dinner. And Santos even...
Look at this beautiful sight. Yes, Mom. There she is, right there. Look. You can see that little Ronald McDonald haircut right there. And that is either an angry lesbian from Newtown or Pauline Hanson. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't think there's any angry lesbians from Newtown in that crowd.
Shouldn't we really have a national month or two, given our industry's contribution?
I'll take it. Don't drink
Oh,
water.
so self-serving. That I should have a month. That's how good I am. Why are you good again, Gina? Because I was born into as an heiress into a family of some guy that just happened to stumble into a big mining property that was desert.
You, meaning Santos, have contributed immensely to our country. Thank you. And don't you just love...
She was waiting for an applause break there.
Drill, baby, drill. Essential for getting gas to supply.
Damn, that's the closest that she got to a laugh for that. One guy looking extremely awkward that's clearly a sycophant.
As it's getting so darned hard to drill, baby, drill. And our government wants to see the end of the fossil fuel industry. Your industry. We'll soon hear from CEO Kevin of Santos. Timely, we hold National Mining Day, where gas has been produced and supplied reliably to Australians for more than 50 years.
They're really giving the game away, aren't they? While all these assholes in Crikey are sitting there saying, they're the same. They are both addicted to fossil fuels, the two major parties. What have you got over in the headquarters there? Them complaining about Labor putting all these restrictions on them and trying to get them out of the grid. You understand how bullshit this all is?
That our country can run on sunshine and windmills.
They always say windmills, don't they? To try and elicit this idea that the thing that you see all over the country isn't generating. They think, no, it's like one of those 1600s cobblestone things. How can that power a whole country?
Put these on your own properties if you wish. But please stop forcing this on us taxpayers when the wind doesn't always blow and the sun doesn't always make it to your solar panels.
Still, they're
Natural
still
gas
saying
provides
it.
the stability required for sectors where energy unreliability isn't an option.
How many times do you think these people have heard those same points just drill, baby, drilled into their heads? These same points that have been dispelled a million times. Everything that they're saying is complete and utter horseshit. We've done entire videos on these exact points. They still just... This is what's so infuriating about doing this job, right? Like, no matter how many times you dispel it, like we just spent 4 hours going through the donation reform things of the independent, stupid points that they're using just to justify their own selfish purposes. This is what's so annoying about having, like, wanting an actual outcome in life. Like, you do realize most people don't want an outcome. Most people just want to, if they're like these people, they just want to keep printing money. And most other people just want to keep believing the same lies because it's just mentally taxing remotely to change any opinion in your head. And so they'll just sit there and just defend the same shitty position that they've had forever. They'll never, ever, ever admit that they're wrong on anything.
But please don't make us taxpayers pay for more pollies, bureaucrats and billionaires, luxurious gubfests around the world in aid of banning fossil fuels.
Did you all just hear that? She's sitting there saying, all these billionaires gallivanting around in their private jet, talking about the benefits of renewables. What are you doing? We've got a bunch of billionaires in a room that fly around in their private jets to talk about the benefits of gas. It's like the same brain soup that you see when you watch Sky News. These are all just Sky News watchers running the country.
Thank you. Love audience participation. This
So cringy!
Yes.
Oh man, it's like watching a really bad
Bro, that was like watching that that American guy. What the fuck was his name? Jeb Bush. Please clap. Bro.
stand-up act. You know, someone that really doesn't know how to flip it when the audience goes in and they're just... I'm just gonna pause. She was waiting for a laugh break there. I feel sorry for her. Hang in there, Jeannie. You're just having a bad night.
expensive net zero cult sure likes to use lots of...
To quote the Daily Telegraph. You know what I would love to know? I would love to know how much. They're just talking about building roads, upgrading roads, building an entire structure, getting all of these assholes to go over in their private jets and convoy them over to see a gas field, to look at a gas field while they do this. And they're complaining about $870,000 paid in taxpayer bills for the cops. I would love to see how much money was spent on that. Keep in mind, we're going to have to look at the stats again, but these guys just like, as soon as the Labor Party got in, they got them to pay 5 times the amount of tax that they've been avoiding under the coalition. 5 times the amount of tax. And they're complaining about 870, nothing. What we're talking about there was just like caps of 800,000 a seat. Absolute pittance, and they're pretending these absolute billionaires, the richest people on earth, sitting there saying $870,000 of our tax money. How much are you avoiding in tax a year? Billions. Absolutely billions.
using hundreds of private jets. Does anyone here want the taxpayer to keep funding these trips? You're welcome to stand up. Nobody.
No one in this room of gas exec wants taxpayer
So
funded
cringe.
money going to our competitor. How interesting. Little girl voice. It's that same voice that you hear in all these horror movies. Like, I'm not allowed to leave the house. Mummy would get ever so angry, and Mummy's been dead for 20 years.
My executives and I will be attending the opening of Cenex's latest facility after our National Day because people in the East need gas.
Yeah, but why don't we have any gas in the East? Why? Because the Liberals, and this is something else that you see online with all the whinge merchants and stuff, they're always just like, oh, they all just exported over. Yeah, but who voted for that? Who? The Liberals signed off all those contracts, and once you sign off those contracts, guess what? You can't get them back because they're legally in the hands of them, which means you would have to start up a bunch of court cases that you're never going to win and doesn't solve the problem in the short term of the gas. And then they're sitting there saying like, oh, the eastern states need gas while they're selling all of the gas off to Japan.
To advocate for sensible policies.
Look at this idiot with the cowboy hat on that says, drill, baby, drill.
The wrongly named Nature Positive Plan. We actually thought this had died its natural, not positive for Australians' death. Well, it will be the death of the Labor Party at the next election. If the ALP is foolish enough to pass this, and
Why
other
would people be
market
so dumb
interference-
to actually like record this shit?
See, they're saying it right now, outright threatening the Labor government. Now, again, what do all the assholes at Crikey, what do all the new media whinge merchants say? What do all the whinge merchants in the online say constantly? Oh, mining, both the Labor Party and the Liberal Party in cahoots with it. And they're explicitly saying they are going to take down the Labor Party because of their regulations and restrictions on them. And, as I've got a video coming out, they will succeed at it too. As soon as the mining industry decides it's time to go for a Labor government, it always loses. That is an ironclad rule of politics every time. And it is so annoying that you now have another entire faction of these well-funded idiots at your Climate 200s and your Australian institutes painting this completely false dichotomy that Labor and Liberal are equally loved by the mining party, while they're overtly saying how much they detest the Labor Party. While they have a minor party woman sitting there, Pauline Hanson, in the audience.
Without more supply, prices will rise, impacting consumers already suffering from the cost of living crisis and businesses that rely on natural gas.
Isn't it interesting that all of their solutions to the cost of living crisis is to allow us to make even more money, and that'll solve the problem? I don't know anything about the price controls laws that they're talking about. This is all news to me, but I would imagine that if the Labor Party has done it, it is because they have gone to Canberra and they have done economic modelling on it and it has made sense. I get it. You know, I'm not one of these assholes who's like, everything is neoliberalism unless it's the government intervening in things, and like all private enterprise is bad, and everything should just be like, you should just be put 5 cents for a banana for the rest of eternity. Dude, I understand that a lot of the times it does not make sense to put price controls on things, but I can guarantee you now, these bozos with this track record where we're 10 minutes in and they're saying that the price controls is a bad idea, I'm guessing it's probably an amazing one.
22nd November is an important date in our national calendar. It is an opportunity to
Stop doing this. I've noticed it. She does this every time she closes her mouth. Gina Reinhardt, it's my birthday. I'm 70. I talk like a little 5-year-old. A pompous 5-year-old. And I have the brain of an outback bogan.
everything that our mining and related industries provide to our country and to our living standards.
Oh my god!
And indeed, we do take it to make our National Day celebrations. Thank you, all my overworked team staff. Thank you, we couldn't do it without you.
Yes, these people getting weighted on hand and foot by, I think, almost individual waiters. There are so many waiters in there. Yes, they're very overworked. Look at them.
Data from the tax office shows that the mining sector has, for the second year in a row, paid more tax than all other sectors of the economy combined. 43.
What? No way is that true. The mining industry is 10% of Australia's GDP, I think. There is no way. I bet you the only place that we see that is going to be... yeah, okay, Mineral Councils of Australia says that. Mining Weekly, then all other industries combined. I would love to see anything say this. Australian mining industry contributes $43 billion in company tax. I bet you that's what they're talking about. Okay, so... this is what I think is happening here. They're talking about from large corporations, which is not industries. ATO collects $100 billion from large corporations. Yep, okay, we've gone through that. Foreign companies with an income of $100 million or more. Most sectors of the economy showed increased tax payable from prior year. Again, this is what you get when you get Labor governments. You get corporations paying more. It's almost a fifth up.
What's the difference?
The Liberals are in. Almost a fifth up already from the corporate sector. And this is before they put in all their corporate tax evasion laws this year, just recently. It'll go up way more next year. This is the second year in the row that the mining sector paid more tax than all other sectors combined, paying more than 5 times they did in 2014 to 2015. Jesus Christ, there you go. Okay, so this is the thing that they're complaining about. What Gina Reinhardt is saying there is that the Labor government is forcing them to pay their resources, for our resources. They're getting the mining sector to pay more than all the other sectors combined. And Gina Reinhardt is sitting there saying, oh, we do so much for this country. We really do it. You're getting forced by the Labor government to do it. The one that you are sitting there saying you are going to get rid of the Labor government in the next election. So you don't have to pay that tax.
But what does $74.6 billion in just 2 of the tax payments actually mean in dollars for Australians? To put in perspective, those $74.6 billion alone, without all the other billions, is enough to pay for our entire defence budget, plus all the federal expenditure on schools, all federal expenditure on roads, and leaving some change to spare. After a significant increase in health expenditure, Australian taxpayers spend almost $200 million each and every day to run our public hospitals.
Yeah, okay, so she's just fudged the stats then. She said they pay for all of these benefits in infrastructure and education and the military. And now let's just talk about health. So she's moved the goalpost there. But let's also point out they are still paying a fraction of the wealth that you can obviously argue is rightfully ours. Like, again, I'm not going to sell you false hope like all of the new media types of like, yeah, you just get in the right government, it's going to... No, because there is a long, long history of the mining industry quashing any government that dares do it. We're going to do a video about it going back to the 60s, where there has been a bunch of governments that have been trying to tax and regulate and nationalize mines over the years, and they have been crushed, as in cooped, every single time that has happened. So it's never going to happen, ever. But while they're sitting there and talking about, look at all this money that we're paying for, this is outrageous, just know that they're still keeping like 80% of it to themselves.
For the last 6 consecutive quarters, our living standards measured in GDP per capita falling, record business failures, record and rising national debt, rising inflation, and our cost of living crisis. This is not a time for linos, timidly fiddling around a few edges, careful not to upset the minority noises or rapidly increasing bureaucrats, none of whom will ever vote for the coalition. We need to make Australia great again, don't we?
You see? Isn't this incredible? This is the mining industry openly talking about how they're going to get the coalition back in power. When everybody sits there and says, oh, it's so easy, all you have to do is tax them. And they're sitting there plotting with billions of dollars, looking out at their large gas investment pipeline that they've just started up. And they're sitting there saying, we'll just get the coalition re-elected again. Like that.
I will be back. Oh, my God. Yo, what's up? Sorry. Merry Christmas, Gimlin. Hope you had a good one. Sorry, I ate something and that had to come out. Damn. Oh. Yeah. It had to come out quickly, I'll put it that way. Bro, I like literally just ate and like 20 minutes later my stomach was like, oh, no. Emergency. Bathroom now.
Let's consider the
Oh, yeah.
USA on one hand, bringing in Doge to ensure
For me, it's from
taxes
smoking,
are
though.
cut, and company taxes soon to be 15%,
I gotta stop smoking.
plus a drill baby
Gonna kill
drill
me.
president, as against Australia. Our company tax rates double that. So far, the coalition has brought in more government tape and regulations than the socialist Whitlam government ever had. Commitment and action to significantly cut is badly needed. Capital is
I need
already
72. That's
flooding
two
out
levels.
Australia.
I can survive her two
What did
levels.
she
And then we'll use
say
9s.
in that? That was incredible. What did she say in that for her grand vision of Australia? This is the woman
So I do
that is
need-
in charge of this country.
Jaula.
At the end of the day, she has the money to install any government she likes. That's what she's talking about now. And you listen to her grand idea of what a perfect Australia would look like, and what is that? One where she doesn't have to pay as much tax. That's it.
What has happened to this 29 billion gas project for our north when the minister later stated she wouldn't delay the project to protect a dangerous grey sea snake, a snake capable of killing us? Months have passed and that approval process.
Did you hear that? This is why this evil Labor government has to go. They
Hand of
put
China
environmental
can be used to
regulations
apply
on us,
curses
and we're
and
going to
marks
wipe out
onto
an
a target.
ecosystem that holds an
Socket any
endangered animal.
curses.
That endangered animal used.
I'll watch that later. What is this interview? It's not an interview. It's So the mining industry in Australia fucked up, and they put a video on YouTube, unlisted, but that's still really dumb.
Hand
Of,
China
like, one of
can be
their
used to apply curses and
retreats?
marks onto a target.
Like a food
Socket any
conference, a
curses
banquet, I
or
guess
marks you want
you would call
on
it.
the skill script
Um,
to apply them
Where
on
they're
your
saying stuff that they probably don't want people to know about.
Hand of Chayula can be used to apply
It's just
curses
Australia,
and
right? Who
marks
gives a fuck?
onto a
It's just
target.
funny because, you know,
Socket any
that happens
curses
here
or
too,
marks you
except we
want
we just
on the
don't hear
skill
about it.
script
Yeah?
To apply them all at once. Hand of Chayula can be used to apply curses and marks onto a target.
Chayula. I love the name. Hand of Chayula. Hilarious. There's no sense in me slotting anything yet, though. I don't want to put on. I just, I don't know. How much do I need for an 8? I could do an 8 during these banquets. Right? Right? Right?
Flash, guys, it's cinnamon. I've never got no in my life, and now you're telling me.
Like they're like they're literally talking about all this. Oh, we'll just put a Labour government in again. What? I'm sorry. What? You said what now? You want to repeat that in public? No. Weird. You're so confidently saying that in private, or what you thought was private, but then you put it on YouTube unlisted. Fucking retard. It's like, this is how you know people like them need people like me that know, like, yo, if you put this on the YouTube unlisted, people will find it, right? Unlisted doesn't mean hidden, okay? The opposite, okay?
Some silly snake. You know what? We do have to thank our lucky stars that Gina Reinhardt
Like,
is
guys.
clearly in.
Guys, you've got millions and millions and millions of dollars. Hire me for like a modest but you know, appropriate fee, and I'll save your ass from doing stupid shit online. I will. Trust me, I've been living online all my life. I know how this goes. All right. Pay me money, I'll help you out. And considering I will save you a fuck ton in PR disasters, it's a 5-figure salary, thank you. And I don't mean that yearly.
Hi.
Ah. Ah.
Idiot. Can you imagine if she was smart? Can you imagine if she wasn't some bush pig bogan? Can you imagine if she had a brain?
When you subtract from this level of investment amounts that companies are
What
having to
with the
spend
city
on
with Mr.
green
BDW?
infrastructure
I'm not sure I know what that
in
reference is
order
to.
to meet the increased green ideology burdens, along with amounts driven by inflated construction costs, which the CME have recently stated have increased
Oh,
by
it's
some 23% over the past 4 years. The actual amount of money flowing into building productive new
Oh,
mining projects in Australia,
okay.
ones which
Never
could
mind.
supply future revenue, is critically
Never mind.
low.
That's incredible, isn't it? I will never.
The worst part is, I think I voted for him. Did I vote for him? I either voted for him or I didn't vote at all. I think this time I voted for him because I just wanted to send a message. Obviously not for the fucking what's that called? Like where you not the secession nonsense, right? Like fuck off, dude. I'm Belgian, bro. I don't give a fuck about becoming Flemish, like as a nationality. You can't just create a social cemetery in your backyard. You know what I mean? Like,
ever understand how the mining industry can simultaneously talk about, look at how rich we are, look at how much we build this country in inverted commas, and usually what they're talking about is infrastructure to get to mines. But we build this country, we're so rich, we're doing so well, we're genius businessmen, but we're really poor at the same time. We're really poor and we don't have enough money, and so that's why we need our taxes cut, because we just, while showing off our wealth, right here, they're talking about this massive gas facility that they've just made. They've created a big building to ship all these billionaires when they come over. That was another thing that they were talking about in the last video. It was so good. Look at all these billionaires flying off to COP to talk about climate change in their private jets. How did you get into the middle of the Pilbara? Private jet. Unbelievable. Can you truly imagine being Gina Reinhardt and sitting there and waking up every morning and thinking, no one has it harder than I. I haven't had an easy life. Would you like me to insert your shit funnel in your anus for you, Gina Reinhardt? No, I think I'll use my own muscles this morning, Jeeves. But do bring out the bedpan. In fact, can we just Google this now? How much money do you reckon the mining industry made in profit last year? Okay, so it looks like that they got operating profit before tax. Yeah, 250 billion. Profit. And they're crying poor. 250 billion in profit. Now, let's just talk again while they're
Hand of
sitting there saying,
Chayula.
look at how much that we do.
bro, you should get
for
this game, dude. It's great.
country.
I've
So
spent
much to this country.
over 200
We
hours
keep it
now.
going. How much did
So I'm almost at
Australia
$1 or
spend
euro per
on
hour because I spent
healthcare
242
last
on the biggest, one of
yeah,
the biggest
so
packs.
the entire healthcare budget. The entire healthcare budget they made in profit. In profit. So after all of their expenses on infrastructure investment, after all of that, this is the stuff that they capped. Admittedly, some of that was taken out of tax after that. So that would have been what? I don't even know how much they got in it. You'd have to go deep into the ATO figures for that. But I can guarantee it wouldn't have been at the 30% rate that they're getting because they've got the best tax avoiders on earth working for.
It's the time for leadership with courage. Let's not be frightened to learn from the success of President-elect Donald Trump.
Jesus, it's so terrifying how much they're on board with Trump and that they just, like, they can't even think, it's amazing that they have so much money and they don't have a lick of creativity between them. It is huge testament to Donald Trump that he is such a showman, I suppose, that he has completely reinvented what all these types of people, how they see themselves. Like a room of the richest Australians, probably some of the richest people on earth are sitting there like, yeah, we're the downtrodden, forgotten types. Like, that's how they're projecting themselves now. And it is because of Donald Trump just being like, it's horrible, America's a terrible hellscape, and it's all because of me, we're bringing it back. So they're doing that same shtick now. But it's pathetic that none of them can come up with their own shtick. There's not a lick of creativity between
No,
anyone.
oh, wow.
Trump?
Okay.
Trump, did someone
Well, I
say
get
Trump?
it's not for
Oh,
everyone,
baby,
but
I
damn.
remember him saying that.
I've been playing this since I was like,
Sorry, can we just... Dolly Parton
When
was
the first one
right.
come out, I was like
Money
11 or
doesn't
something.
buy good taste. Gina, what the fuck is that? Look at it. This is something that you get in one of those arcade malls. Yeah, you look great, Dal. Isn't that the weird thing about modern age? That everybody watching this stream right now is probably way more educated than Gina Reinhardt. They're probably way smarter than this woman that has just been baking in West Australia heat
that
for the
looking at?
last 70
That one?
years and has never had to pick up a book because, why bother? I have thinking men to think for me. Think for me, thinky men. She pays them $100 grand a year. The newspapers say that you're good, Gina. Yes, I don't need to learn to remember to read anymore, do I?
As I have repeatedly stated, we need to cut government tape, regulations, government wastage, and tax burdens across Australia. We need a USA-style Doge, that delivers action.
Elon Musk's ideology seems to be centered entirely around reading Anne Frank when he was 15. So, first off, it's the same thing that all those, like, libertarian types in the US have of, yes,
don't call it Doge. That's a fucking meme coin. Stop it.
yes, I will counter...
Don't give those guys any side benefits from calling it Doge.
Das Kapital with Fountainhead. It's like, it's a fantasy book. It's like saying, here's my view of the world. Have you read Harry Potter?
I have a red one that
Yeah,
can go in
based
here,
on
but I
political
don't have the
readings
spirits.
off of,
I need 5 more
fighting
spirits.
Evil with magic. And Birdie Bot's every flavour beans. We have to invent Doge. That's how they're running their view
Cannibalism
of the world. So
is the
he
one.
comes in with Doge, which is, guys, it's a joke name. Yeah, this whole, I'm going to cut efficiency. I can't remember. What was it again? He was going to cut something like, God, what was it, a couple of $100 billion out of the deficit or something? That's not going to happen. I'm very happy to be proven wrong. Maybe they are just going to be that psycho and cut the government to those extreme lengths and just completely collapse the government. Maybe they will do that. But probably what's going to happen is there's going to be a bunch of people around them sitting there and saying, look, you can pick on the Department of Environment as much as you like, you can pick on the Department of Education as much as you like, but that's a very teeny portion of the American budget. You are not going to be cutting this much out of it, because then you'll have to start going against the defense industry, which is their version of the mining industry. And that's never going to happen. We need a Doge. We need a fictitious, made-up government department that isn't going to do anything. That's what this country needs.
Right.
That's why we're going to elect Peter Dutton.
We
Gone,
need governments to reduce the
gone.
number of approvals required for projects.
No more big
The
government.
first to
Holy
go
shit,
should
actually
be the
means it. What the
federal
fuck?
departments which repeat what the state departments already do. Certainly not, oh well, let's try and just say if they comply with
Right.
government federal departments, then that's okay. That's not what we mean.
See, again, like, that's nothing. She said nothing. She said that there's government departments that replicate what federal government departments do. Names and numbers. Names and numbers. And then immediately backtracks and says, oh no, we're not talking about the ones that say if you comply with federal government. So what? What department? What? Nothing. There's nothing going on in their heads.
Declining living standards over 6
Stick
consecutive
that one in there.
quarters, record business failures, increased inflation. Is this what
There's no sales
the
today, and I'm
majority
sad
of
about it.
Australians want? We should be watching and learning from the recent announcement following President-elect Trump's Tsami victory that he will be establishing a Department of Government Efficiency. With Elon Musk and fellow billionaire Vivek Ramaswamy, very brilliant chap,
Vivek Ramaswamy.
leading the
So
change,
brilliant, you can't even pronounce his
they
fucking
will
name.
achieve significant cutting of the tape.
You don't hate
Yes,
rich people enough, bro.
significantly. Those will cut government intrusion, cut
These types of
government
rich
waste,
people.
and enable
I'm sure there's good
President-elect
one.
Trump to cut taxes. You've got to cut the other first before we can properly cut taxes.
She just gave away the game, didn't she? The reason that they're constantly talking about cutting back on government departments, the reason that they want that is so they can justify cutting taxes for corporations. So basically what they're saying, when they're always saying, oh yeah, we need to cut back on red tape, there's too much red tape, really all they're saying is, I want to pay less in tax. So then the Liberal Party comes in and says, oh, we need to get rid of all of these, because there's just so many wasteful public servants out there. You know, if there's one thing society has, it's too many people in the ATO chasing down tax cheats. There's too many of those. We need to get rid of those. She gave away the game right there. It makes so much sense when you look at these people, because their brains are fried from being in the hot desert sun for too long. They're not smart. They have no initiative. They have no innovation.
Treasury don't want to cut bureaucracy, their club, or recognise that cutting taxes leads to revenue growth.
How many times do we have to hear that? We're just going to hear that same lie for the rest of eternity. If you cut taxes, it actually grows the economy.
If we truly wanted to consider the terrible pressure the rising costs of living is causing many Australians, drop the excise tax on fuel completely and immediately. This would have a positive impact
the rich
for families
dynasties.
at not only the petrol pump, but on all their goods and services that require transportation.
Shut up, it's just the same stuff they've been saying for 30 years. Cut the fuel, God. It's incredible. See, this is the same thing, right? Like, you think that the Liberal Party has all of these ideas, but they're all just focused around keeping the mining industry happy. Like, the whole reason that nuclear power is even being discussed at the moment is because Peter Dutton is sitting there signalling to the mining industry that we're going to be on your side. It's such a good symbol as well. The only natural thing in there, they dyed blue, the colour of Santos.
We saw this under the last Trump administration. We saw it under President Reagan. They massively cut tape and taxes, and Americans flourished. Let's remind our Aussie politicians and try to persuade the linos that governments do not create wealth.
What a stupid point that is. Are you serious? This is incredible. While it's so dumb that just before there was talking about what a genius businessman Donald Trump is and how much money he's going to create for America, then goes, let's just say this, governments don't create wealth. That's a government. What do you think? Just because he was on The Apprentice, somehow he's not the president of the United States now, is he? I mean, I'm sure your hero, Donald Trump, would be very offended to hear that, Gina. And on top of that, as we show over and over and over and over again, yes, governments create wealth. What the hell are you talking about? They invent entire industries. What they're talking about there, for instance, of let's cut investment from renewables for no reason whatsoever. It's got nothing to do with our self-interest at all. We're interested in the country. What are you doing by investing in renewables? You're creating an industry around it. When they're investing even in something like the Public Housing Fund, what are you doing? You're creating an industry around building public housing.
This year, I'd like to leave you with a quote from another brave, outstanding leader, the president of Argentina, I'm not sure how to pronounce, I'm so sorry. Quote,
it's incredible. I never really made the connection before about why all of these figures, these very strange, bizarre figures across the world, like your Donald Trumps and the president of Argentina and whoever that one is of Hungary, they're always just propping them up over and over and over again, and they're talking about how awesome they are. And I genuinely thought that it was something of this sort of groundswell of, oh yeah, we just like insane figures now. But then you look at this and you realise, no, it is the elite that are insane and stupid now, because like we're saying, they've just completely degenerated from where they were when it was back in the days of titles and ladies and dames, and they used to have decorum, and so politics used to have this very decorum, Charles Dimitri, which was a better world. It really was in many, many, many ways, especially because there actually was a sense of community giving back. You know, and I think honestly the reason that you have these big politicians like your Trumps and this guy here, the Argentina psycho, is purely because look at the elite now. They're just scum. They're scum with billions of dollars. Stupid scum that like stupid scum, and then they just keep pumping them out in the press and saying how awesome they are, and so the public sits there and goes, yeah, that's good, we need a leader like that.
The woke agenda have collided with reality and no longer have credible solutions to offer to the actual problems of the world. End quote. Thank you once again for joining us to celebrate our important National Day, and thank you to our wonderful sponsors. I hope you all enjoy our time together here at Santos.
I was just standing on fire.
Holy hell! I I didn't see him. Our boy Barnaby's there as well. Of course Barnaby Joyce is there. Of course he is. But I didn't notice. But look at this group of all-stars. And I'm really digging the drill baby drill hat here. And here's your man with Clark. Every single time, this is what I'm talking about. Like a guy with a hat that says drill baby drill. This is the guy calling the shots. How much better was it? This is why I'm a monarchist. It was so much better when it was King Charles, wasn't it? A guy with a crown and some dignity, damn it. Drill baby drill. That's the new crown.
And please never forget, we all need to stand up
If you didn't realize, this guy's like super lifty.
and deliver the messages to our government that they have got us on the down path with their current policies. Let's help deliver that up.
I like to
Wishing you
broaden
all
my
a very
viewing
Merry Christmas and
to
thank
all
you.
sides.
Now you've got Peter Dutton delivering a special message to them. You know, like it's someone getting freed from a hostage situation.
I definitely don't agree with most of his takes, but he's funny.
This is what we all came to see. Your new leader in Waco, ready to be installed.
There is this.
See what he has to say, because I can guarantee you right now, he's not going to.
He was like in like a war, so to speak, with Barilaro. You're not gonna know that guy. He was like minister of something. Barilaro. He was the deputy premier of New South Wales. And the Barilaro guy was like trying to destroy the Friendly Jordies guy. It didn't quite work out, but there's like that shit went fucking wild, bro. And that was like years ago now. That's where I first learned about him. And on and off, I occasionally watch some of his videos just to have like the perspective from a different angle as well. He's like one of the few lefties that I can stomach watching. Know what I mean? Like, he makes it funny. He's interesting. It's interesting content, you know? It's not just like whining constantly. Like, oh, bro, shut the fuck up.
Be repeating this on the Today Show, is he?
First, congratulate Gina Reinhardt and Tad Wetruba as patrons of this National Mining and Related Industries Day. I thank them sincerely for the leadership they provide in a sector so critical to our national economy. And when mining does well, as you well know, our nation does well.
So just regurgitating the same talking points back to them. I suppose the main reason that you would do that is to say, yes, I'm in the club. It's sort of lingo that you use to signify that they're all people. Also, I know this has been said 1,000 times, but whoever told Peter Dutton to wear those annoying journalist glasses, that is the only time I've ever seen those square glasses and not thought less of someone. It's quite hard to think less of somebody when they have no eyebrows. Way less scary with them. Call it a spade. Good move on the makeup department there.
And over the last decade, mining has contributed some $356 billion in company tax and royalties.
Is it the flower?
It's something that should be taught to every school child.
No.
Yes.
I guess I was bleeding or something?
School child, if you break that down, it's like 30 billion a year. When they're making 250 billion in profit. So there we go. He just gave us our answer. So on average, they're probably making $250 billion a year, and they're giving out 35 billion. So less than 10. I mean, a little bit over 10%. That's their great contribution to this nation. Thank you so much.
It's helped to provide our military with state-of-the-art equipment. Put simply, the revenue generated by mining helps to build Australia, care for Australia, and to defend Australia. And yet, this reality is overlooked by the current federal Albanese Labor government.
How? He's making them pay their share in tax. He's the one that is getting all of these roads built. When you were in government for the last 10 years, there was tens of billions of dollars sitting in various investment funds that never got built. And you know why? Because this whole thing of, oh yeah, we need to cut back on government spending, it's all waste. You know what happens when that happens? It goes into these funds, and
Actually,
there's not enough bureaucrats
I picked
around
up a
to
game.
allocate that to projects.
Software Inc., where you can like make this giant fucking software company. It looks very in depth. I want to see how much damage I can do with that company, Kappa AG.
And so it just sits there, accumulating, doing nothing. So not only is Albanese building all of the infrastructure that you've just neglected for the last 10 years, that we are behind as a nation,
grab the
10
waypoint.
years in infrastructure build that we should be. Not only is he doing that, he's also taxing these mining companies appropriately. 5 times more than you were when you were in government. 5 times more. Is building all of this infrastructure, and they're sitting there saying, this point is overlooked by the Albanese government.
The pragmatic Labor Party run by Hawke and Keating is gone, and the modern Labor Party under Mr Albanese has turned its back on workers in primary industries across the nation.
Yes, and they turned their back
Ding dong,
on primary
motherfucker.
industries and workers.
Software Inc. is old,
Like,
yeah.
turned its back on workers
Yeah, it is
by
kinda old,
giving
but
them wage
I hadn't
increases
played it yet.
every year that
And I like
they've
playing
been
those
in
types of games,
government.
like
They've
Game
also
Dev
been
Tycoon.
increasing the amount of
I was just
awards
playing Mad Games
that
Tycoon.
you get
I've like
every single year.
billions of dollars in
They
that game
also
now.
had an actual inflation reduction program that worked, unlike your government. They went after the supermarkets with hard fines. All of these things the coalition opposed. They also gave out tax cuts to the middle class and working class that you were going to give out exclusively to Gina Reinhardt, essentially. And this is turning their back on workers. Oh, and also instilling a bunch of
Hello.
workers' legislation that protected them from being killed on site. This is how they're turning their back on the everyday worker, and how Peter Dutton is really sticking up for them when his party voted to keep that legislation in place that was killing construction workers.
It's now a party which panders to social and environmental activists, to inner city Green voters, and of course to the big union bosses who want new power in national life.
So stupid, isn't it? If there's one thing the Labor Party doesn't do, it's pander to the inner city. They've lost those seats permanently to these arsehole Greens. How the hell are they pandering to them? What? How? By building public housing in their seats that they don't want built there. That's really pandering to the Greens. We're not doing anything about aeroplane noise.
And it's sidelined the national interest in the process. Consider the government's environmental policy. They funded activists to wage lawfare to stymie key projects. These activists have targeted offshore LNG projects in the Northern Territory and in Western Australia. And now Regis's $1 billion gold mine in New South Wales is in their crosshairs.
See, again, what do you see in the media that you consume constantly? From your crikeys, your Saturday papers, you constantly hear, Labor turns its back on the environment. Labor's not doing enough for the environment. You immediately switch over to these guys and they're complaining about huge multi-billion-dollar projects being stymied in benefit of the environment.
The government's also passed new mandatory climate disclosure laws. Businesses will not simply have to account for their own emissions, they'll also have to account for emissions produced along their supply chain, including by small business suppliers.
Oh, the audacity. What a terrible nightmare universe. See, I've got to just keep pointing this out. This whole myth that the Labor Party is doing absolutely nothing about climate emissions and going really soft, going so soft on it because they're bought by the mining industry. Which Labor MP is sitting there? There might be one, but there seems to be a hell of a lot of Nationals. Anthony Albanese isn't doing this grovelling speech to the mining industry's Christmas party, is he? What is Peter Dutton saying is just the absolute terror that is going to be bestowed upon the mining industry. Environmental regulations that the Labor Party is putting on the mining industry. And everyone sits there and goes, they're cowards, they're not doing enough.
The government's also pressing ahead with the green tape agenda. And make no mistake, this agenda is about putting environmental goals ahead of economic ones, rather than striking a balance. The regulatory burdens are going to get even worse. We can expect the government to double down on using Commonwealth environment and cultural heritage laws to stymie even more projects.
Did you hear that? If this government continues to be in power, they will enforce the law. Behind closed doors, he is telling these people, we will allow you to get away with breaking the law. And the reason that we need to get the Labor government unelected is because they dare enforce the law.
Consider the government's industry policy too. The Future Made in Australia Fund is simply about this government picking its own winners while sidelining known market winners. The Prime Minister has said not a single government dollar would be invested in gas under his Future Made in Australia plan. And tellingly, between 2022 and 23 alone, almost 60% of our iron ore, coal and gas major projects were delayed, disrupted or put on hold.
There you go. Dutton is making the case for why all the lies that you hear online about shit and shit light, Labor's just in the pockets of the mining industry, and he's sitting there and he's saying, this is terrible. Ever since the Albanese government's been in place, he has delayed and deconstructed 63% of the projects that we approved as government for mining. Unbelievable. I can't believe that he did it. And on top of that, he's picking winners. Instead of me picking winners and not funding renewables and not funding hydrogen and not funding battery powers and creating a blue-collar industry with a bunch of high-paid blue-collar jobs that are all unionized, manufacturing things, making things in this country, as opposed to just digging shit out of the ground and remaining dumb as pig shit as these people are. To work in factories, you have to be a hell of a lot more educated than you do to be working in a mine, which not only improves the circumstances of the working class, makes us an energy superpower, but like a good Saudi Arabia. This is the vision that Labor has for this country. It is absolutely criminal that you will never hear ever in the press, because again, two factions of the elite. One funds the independents, one funds the liberals. They both do not want a workers' party in power. They don't like highly unionized, highly educated, blue-collar workers. They don't want any of that.
See how fast this guy dies.
Saying, oh my God, how dare the Labor Party create an educated, blue-collar workforce that makes us extremely wealthy, creates an entire industry around decarbonising the planet. This is the future that the Labor Party has. While you have all these arseholes in the Saturday paper, crikey, all the new media bootlickers of the Australian Institute and Climate 200 sitting there and saying, Labor's too timid, Labor doesn't have a vision for this country, while he's sitting there talking about how much they have stymied the mining industry and how much they're trying to implement an alternative to the mining industry controlling this country.
Consider the government's industrial relations policy too. Multi-employer bargaining was foisted upon coal miners in New South Wales. And we're now seeing a push to reunionise the Pilbara, roping mining companies into multi-employer bargaining.
There you go, this terrible, weak government that is so scared of the mining industry and does absolutely nothing to forward this country.
Stop
whatsoever.
flying
And
away.
there you have
You're just
government
prolonging the
who,
inevitable.
they're trying to unionise the workforce of mines. How dare they? Listen to this. He's saying this behind closed doors. How dare workers unionise?
Consider too the government's energy policy. Labor is pressing ahead with a reckless renewables-only plan. It's committed to rolling out weather-dependent energy on an industrial scale. Electricity costs are already skyrocketing, and we know that families can't afford it. Economic analysis released last week reveals that the actual cost of Labor's plan on the East Coast is 5 times more than what it says.
Yeah, you know what the economic modelling is talking about there? Economic modelling that consultancy firms that are Liberal Party affiliated hammer. Economic modelling. It's incredible. While the economic modelling,
like I said, he's very left.
His energy pay will increase bills by like $650 a year, and they're sitting there and saying, "Oh yeah."
Like it all sounds nice in theory.
Modelling, according to our friends at this bullshit consultancy firm that feed off of the bureaucracy getting privatised and then take up all of the slack from there to feed the coalition exactly what it wants. According to them,
damn, an orb of chance, bro. That's super fucking rare.
No bias in that whatsoever.
In a short 2.5-year period, the Albanese government is hindering our resource industries, and if they're re-elected, the next 3 years will be even more difficult. Ladies and gentlemen, in recent years and across the world, we've seen multiple examples of parties in government seeking to increase the power of the state.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, the
In
monk
this
is pretty
desire
nice.
for greater government control, we've seen agendas which
My witch and my
involve
ranger is
more
still
taxation,
my favorite.
more spending, more public servants, more regulation, and more interference in the economy.
Describing a world going in the right direction and saying this is a nightmare. It says a lot, doesn't it? It really says how bad it is when the Liberal Party gets into power.
We will take the pressure off the housing crisis, and that includes reducing the permanent migration program by 25%.
He walked that back. He was completely lying about it anyway, that whole thing of we're going to
Yeah.
cut migrants by 25%.
Very,
And then
very,
they started
very secretly.
saying, okay, how are you going to do it? And then he said, oh, actually, we're not going to do that. So already, it's just incredible. He's got no ideas.
What's up,
for
Nick?
this It's always the same with the Liberals. No ideas for this country at all. Nothing. Nothing. His big ideas, nuclear power, definitely not going to happen. We're cutting migration by 25%. Absolutely not happening. He's already walked back both. What is his big vision for this country? Make mining elites even richer.
I also want to unleash the magic of the marketplace. I'm keen to rip up as much red and green tape as possible. And that's essential for our international competitiveness and making our nation a mining and manufacturing
Magic of the
powerhouse
marketplace.
Just so we know about this manufacturing thing, right? Because I do genuinely think that
Nice.
the way to really improve the living circumstances, it makes so much sense to the future made in Australia.
To be fair, by now it
Read
should be
about
popping,
what
no?
Albanese government's whole
Tearing to
point of doing
pieces?
is huge, what
Or
they're doing, huge. Building back a
I
manufacturing
forgot what it's
base in
called.
this country. But
It's
building
fucking
a
tearing to
manufacturing
pieces
base
from
for
Star
21st
Ocean,
century
alright?
is based off of renewable energy. Compare
It's like
that to
literally the
vehicles
same
that
thing.
When John Howard was in, 100,000 jobs of manufacturing shipped overseas. Then when the coalition was in last time, 100,000 jobs shipped overseas in manufacturing. Then when Labor's in, 70,000 jobs in manufacturing made within the first 2 years. So over a decade, 100,000 lost under Howard. Over a decade, 100,000 lost under the next three bozos. And then in 2 years, they brought back 70,000 of those jobs. Because that is where you want blue-collar workers working. You do not want them being little pit demons. You want them being educated. You want them being skilled, and you want them building a future that actually is environmentally sustainable and good for the world.
Friends, I make you this promise. A Dutton coalition government will be the best friend the resource sector in Australia will ever have. We will slash project approval times in half by capping assessment timeframes and restricting stop-the-clock provisions. We will accredit states and territories to provide approvals which meet Commonwealth legislation requirements. We will reintroduce geological bioregional assessments in key regions to unlock new projects. We will include gas in the capacity investment scheme, and that will drive investment in recognition of the crucial role that gas plays in our energy mix. We will defund the activist-led Environmental Defenders Office. We will limit the ability of third parties to challenge decisions under the EPBC Act. We will do all these things because I want to turbocharge mining in Australia.
Straight from the horse's mouth. Couldn't have put it better myself. Do we really need to unpack any of that? I mean, everything that he just said then is horrifying.
I want to lean into growing opportunities like critical minerals, rare earths and uranium. Indeed, uranium will be even more important as more nations build zero-emissions reactors. The next federal election will be a simple choice between 3 more years of a Labor government or a Labor minority government with the Greens that will double down on its hostility to mining and hold back our national prosperity. Or electing a new coalition government which knows that getting our country back on track means getting mining moving full steam ahead. I hope that all in your sector have the opportunity to thrive. I really do. We will have your backs and I hope that you'll have ours as well. Gina, a final word to you. I want to say thank you very much for your friendship, but also the way in which you have championed
What
this
do I
industry.
need
The
exactly
leadership you've
on
provided.
my-
You're not only bettering our nation through your philanthropic deeds, but you're also playing a pivotal role in contributing to our national debate. Thank you for speaking up on many issues that are in our country's best interests, be that on tax reform, on bolstering our nation's defence, on having a managed and sustainable migration program, on the need to eliminate government inefficiency and waste, on the importance of eradicating indoctrination from our classrooms, and much, much more besides. It takes courage to speak up on these issues because you, like many of us, become subject to a torrent of abuse from the vocal illiberal left and the keyboard warriors. But I know that it doesn't deter you 1 inch.
Well, he's got us there.
Thank you for voicing concerns which are shared by quiet, patriotic Australians across our great country. Ladies and gentlemen, I join with you in celebrating this National Mining and Related Industries Day. I hope that our best days are ahead of us and I wish you every success into the future. Thank you very much.
Unfortunately, Kevin Gallagher couldn't make it here tonight. But he's
That guy is the worst MC in history, isn't he? Some South African that is MCing all of these billionaires are very scared of his job. Also is very bad at presentation.
Thank you, Gerhard, and to Mrs. Reinhardt, who has been the engine room behind the National Mining Day initiative, and perhaps our country's greatest advocate. I also want to acknowledge distinguished guests, including not 1 but 4 federal parliamentarians from Queensland, who are great friends of the resources sector. Senators Susan McDonald, Matt Canavan and Pauline Hanson, and member for Hinkler, Keith Pitt.
See, look at that. All of them. Everyone there at the mining Christmas party. All LNP.
Why would you have strength on it? This is so shit, dude.
Doesn't that man look dead? Look at him.
Like,
look
this
at
is
him.
like
He's
a
the man
caster,
who's the soul
right? You
sucked
get
out of
maximum
it. I think
energy
that's what
shield,
happens to you
more
if you
gas
work in the mining
speed,
industry
life
and you have a
regen,
brain.
and then
This guy's
strength.
obviously way more put together than anybody else that they've put up there
Fuck.
so far. If you're a mushhead like Gina Reinhardt, you can get through 70 years just fine without
drafting
ever
feels like
contemplating
it's just
once that it might
gambling,
be
bro.
evil. But
It
this guy is
sucks.
smart enough to know
They need
that
to
what
add
he's
some
doing
mechanics
is
where I can, like-
morally abhorrent and bankrupt. And that's what you end up looking like, kids.
I don't
Pretty much
know.
the guy
Be
that
more
says that-
direct.
Hang on, I'll show you this.
When do we get the freaking guns?
To get projects off the ground and to bring essential products like natural gas to market. A product that delivers energy 24/7 and the polymers that are the building blocks for all kinds of plastics, clothing fibres and chemicals that we use every day. The costs of compliance are killing our industries, and this needs to be a focus of whoever wins the next election. Every day, our gas marketers at Santos have to meet around 800 compliance and reporting obligations for every single transaction.
Guys, let's just go through. Santos made $2 billion in
Annoys
profit.
me.
Profit. 2 billion in profit. After all their expenses, after all their wages, after that guy's salary's taken out, by the way. What do you reckon he's on? 500 million a year? Something like that? Million, 2 million? After all of that, what's left over in profit? $2 billion. And this guy's sitting there saying like, oh, red tape's killing us. We can't continue to thrive and grow. Alright, yeah, see, now this guy's too smart. He's not saying anything hilarious, so we will just quit onto him.
The patron of National Mining Day, Tad Wittrow, please make Tad feel welcome.
Look at this man. Holy hell.
Hello everyone. Welcome everyone.
Okay, let's just... This man has clearly lost his mind. He is clearly demented. Why is he on stage? Oh my god, look, he's got like the
I still got a
homeless
week.
man doomsday. Look at that, he's got the whole... Look at this. What is this? How did anybody allow him to get up like this? What is with his... Like, why are you an activist? They sort of behave exactly the same way as your feral hippies that never stop obstructing traffic on the streets. They're the same as that, it's just that they've got more money.
Thank you firstly to Mrs. Reinhardt, founder and co-patron of the National Mining Day.
Yes, we get it. You've said it 1,000 times.
Thank you for your
I don't think that guy does so.
long-standing
I think he
support.
just thinks... I think he's so lost that he's thinking, I am the first person to thank Gina right now. Why hasn't she been thanked yet? Look at him rocking back and forward like this. Surely this man is ailed.
Thank you also for missing Kevin and Santos for hosting us here at the Mumbai famous gas field. It's great to see actually all the plants and we've seen it from the aircrafts as well. Mining and its related industry are without any doubt essential to our modern lives. Everything around us, from the food on our plates, to the planes we used to get here, to the cars we drive, hospitals, their medical equipment, and the phones we use in all sorts of ways, really rely on the mining industry.
You can tell what's happening to this guy, right? He's obviously some engineer or something from way back, and he really likes drills and likes to build a really good drill. That man is really close to the end of his life. This is again one of those like Biden in the debate things. This is senile abuse stuff. I think that this man might actually be very intelligent, but in that really engineering way of, I only specifically care about one specific type of thing, and I don't really care about any of the externalities that happen as a result of me doing this. I just like building the drills. I'm going to build drills. That's what he's doing, right? Look, he's even got it still there. It's like wearing it as a bib on his obviously stained shirt. Drill, baby, drill. That's all he thinks about all his life. Drills. I like drills.
Yeah, I want to point out, this is what the guy looks like. I know, don't judge a book by its cover, but the word nutter comes to mind. Like, what? You can't look like that, fellas. Not on television. Look at him.
The metals and minerals required for everyone.
And then wearing signs, drill baby drill. Bro, you're on a fucking conference for the mining industry. Like, everyone's on the same page there, bro. Like, why are you guys wearing these fucking ridiculous fucking... Optics matter.
And it provides plenty of financial benefits too, including significant export revenues, contributing more taxes than all other industries combined, and paying some of the highest average wages anywhere in the world, which we all enjoy. Unfortunately, those contributions are often forgotten. Even worse, many of our politicians and governments choose to wrongly undermine our industry and their policies. Just consider our recent example of our taxpayers being billed almost $900,000 for a group of bloody bureaucrats, sorry.
I want to talk to this guy for half an hour. It would be so good to get him on the stream. And I don't want to be mean to him at all. I just want to sit there and say, what do you like other than drills? I just want to know what this man thinks about anything other than drilling. It's just so insane. If you got him to talk about anything else, it'd be gold.
In addition to all the other expenses of traveling over there.
See, isn't it incredible? Again, it's so good. They're just whinging about $900,000. These people wouldn't even notice $900,000 being stolen out of their personal bank accounts, let alone their businesses, let alone their industry. And they're pretending like this is a huge affront of money. I would love to know how much this Christmas party cost. I would really like to know. If anyone can find out how much the mining industry's Christmas party was, I will make you a bet of $900,000 that it cost way more than $900,000.
Bureaucrats, as you know, flying on
The amount of
fossil
waiters you've seen
fuel
alone costs
projects
$900,000.
paid for
It's
with
ridiculous.
tax monies and largely come from the mining and gas sectors. To tell you about how to stop...
Look, did you see that? Sorry, just rewind. Look at this. Look at Gina Reinhardt telling off a waiter.
Bureaucrats, as you know, flying on fossil...
Incredible, isn't it? Sitting there. Bureaucrats sitting around talking about how to stop the world from boiling over. $900,000. Probably about as much as the silverware cost in this room. $900,000 to talk about very important issues like stopping organised society from disintegrating entirely.
I found a couple
Shipping
exalts already,
wines
dude.
in the
I've been on for
meantime,
like an
and then
hour.
It cuts to a shot of Gina Reinhardt sipping a wine. What do you think she's saying here?
mining and gas sectors. To tell you about how to stop this very industry.
She was telling off a waiter for something. Do you reckon it was? Because it is Gina Reinhardt. Give me another bowl of these potatoes.
And our left governments worry about cows bleaching, but we don't worry about them farting. As the coalition waste sportsmen said, the UN COP conferences have fast become carbon dioxide super emitters. We don't need that many bureaucrats swanning around the palatial pavilions on the taxpayers' dime, and when a delegation a fraction of the size could easily serve Australian interests in reduced carbon emission at the same time.
Did anyone else catch that? He's doing it, isn't he? He's doing the dementia ring. Words are just sort of meshing into each other. Jeez, no wonder these people resonate with Donald Trump so well. He's speaking sense by not speaking any sense at all. His mind is just a soup like mine.
We need new mines each year, and we need much more gas. The Mumbai gas fields which are here today has served Australians reliably for more than 50 years, and hopefully for next 50 or longer, because governments have chosen to demonize coal and gas and refuse to enable the timely development of our natural resources.
It's incredible that they just live in this lie. I get it because this guy is no longer tethered to reality at all, and he sees the Grim Reaper coming for him in the... Just let me finish my speech, okay? Everybody else just keeps saying the same thing over and over. The reason we have blackouts is because we don't produce enough gas. Forgetting that they forced the government...
It's pretty swag.
The government to sign an agreement which allowed them to export all
So
of that
far.
gas immediately out. It's exactly the same as when you go to Rockhampton, the beef capital of Queensland, and the locals don't get a lick. Not one of the steaks of the good cow. That all goes immediately. It's all under contract. Goes immediately to Japan. Exactly the same thing with the gas. And they just keep saying it over and over. It's the government's fault, yes.
As Mrs. Reinhardt said, we don't need Linos. Now is the time for action. We need those like the UN.
This guy's gonna bring it. Now is the time for action. This man, the Arnold Schwarzenegger in the wings of the mining industry. Doc is cheap. Also, so is the sign, but I think the sign is very cool.
And because they have wrongly chosen renewable-only electricity system, which is impossible to deliver, and which one commentator recently described as having to be connected to a complex and expensive life support system the old grids did not need. Solar only generates power between 10 and 25% of the time. Wind
Pretty
uses
good.
up to 30% of the time.
That's such a bullshit point because it's like, yeah, that's why you have a national grid that is connected. So when the wind isn't blowing in Queensland, it's blowing in Victoria, and then you trade that energy up there. It's So dumb.
Let all remind their friends and neighbors, families, and our politicians, especially their kids.
Especially the kids of the politicians. What?
Until you get to level 12, it's a little rough. But once you get to level 12, you can get Ice Strike and you're gone.
As
Go-
Mr. Reinhardt
golden.
said, if the mining industry declines, so will the standards of living of Australians. Thank you very much.
Yeah, he deserves a clap.
Ladies and gentlemen, from time to time at National Mining Day, we recognise individuals that have made an extraordinary contribution to the industry over long periods of time.
Yeah, okay.
Tonight, we want to do something
I,
similar.
I'm sorry to my
Can
Australian
I
friends,
please
but
ask Professor
some of your
Peter
accents
Plymer
just
to
make
join
you
me on
sound
stage?
really fucking dumb, dude.
Professor Plymer has endlessly spent a lot of time actually working for the mining industry. Thank you very much, and congratulations.
It's like on the level of like very Southern America. You know what I mean? It's like
It's nonsense that we hear about
I know it's
climate
like
change. Climate has always changed.
like I know it's like it's you know, how do I put this? That's obviously don't judge a book by its cover, right? That's obviously but it just I can't help it. It's like well, I was gonna say the Hawk Tua girl, but she's actually really dumb as well. So bad example.
In the past,
Oh, for
no
Christ,
climate
it's the
change was ever driven by carbon dioxide.
You know what this is? It's the greatest hits. All the Sky News talking points regurgitated by people with even less charisma than Sky News hosts. Now with even more dementia. This is also incredible that you would think that the great minds of the mining industry would be talking about the industry. They would be talking about what developments they could be making and how they could be innovating. And all they do is bitch and complain about regulation on them. All they ever do is bitch and complain that our friend Peter Dutton is in government. No,
Right.
it can't happen. We can't even have.
Did you hear about our
one
crypto
term where our
scam?
preferred politician is in power. That's not fair. We're the victims. We're the victims here. It's just them going. Did you hear on Sky News the other day?
Tried to make a quick buck,
Great minds.
instead
This guy is supposed
got
to be
sued.
This engineer that completely
Or is getting
redefined
sued.
engineering in Australia, and he's got nothing to say about engineering. Nothing. Where is the innovation in these? Lazy dullard. Like, I can't count how many times they completely contradicted themselves, that they would be whining about something and then
I'll do you one better. Coffeezilla, so you know it's good.
Today we're breaking down the Hawk 2 scam, exactly how it happened, and I'm gonna confront the people behind it. Well, I did last night, and let me just say, it didn't go very well.
Be happy to answer any
I have questions. I have questions. I'm raising my hand. Hey guys.
What Coffeezilla?
Hey, this is one of the most miserable, horrible launches I've ever seen in my life.
Okay, then
And
why
I've
the
been
fuck are you on?
profiting from the rug pull, I think it's relevant.
We didn't pull a rug. I don't know what you're trying to say. It's not true. That's defamation.
Doc, do the math. Do the math.
Defamation. You're saying that we pulled a rug. There was no rug pull.
3%.
You're defaming.
Are you not gonna let me talk? You just talk over me. You talk over me.
I'm hearing bullshit.
Yeah, these people were completely unhinged, unwilling to take any accountability, and we'll talk more to them in a second, but I want
It's
to break
hilarious.
down the Hawk 2 scam. I think people are confused with this kind of stuff. I want to start with the
We gotta stop
tweet
giving the
that
dumbest
kind of
people
set
on the
it all
planet
off.
so much
That
clout.
would be this by Bubble Maps, which showed 96% of the supply was controlled by the team and was being sent out to a bunch of smaller wallets. The implication being that some of them might be dumping on you. Pretty quickly, the Hawk 2 girl came in to copy and paste what her team told her to say, which said, team hasn't sold one token and not one key opinion leader was given one free token. We tried to stop snipers as best we could through high fees at the start of the launch. And so you see their awful tokenomics here. Along with this response, the team hasn't sold one token, and then they post obviously a screenshot of a lot of sells from insiders who did not have to pay. You can see on the bot side there's nothing, and then on the sold side they're making a lot of money. So how did you get free tokens? Well, you were an insider, right? And I just want to show you exactly how the Hawk 2 team is sort of lying by omission here when they say the team hasn't sold one token. And that's because they pre-sold the tokens, guys. They sold them to a bunch of investors with a pre-sale, and then those people were unlocked immediately upon launch. So you can see that with her tokenomics here. It says Haley's locked for 12 months, but you can see the strategic allocation is fully unlocked immediately on token generation event. Now, I spoke to some people who bought into this pre-sale. They say they got in at $16.69 million total valuation, which means that if they sold out the whole 17%, you're looking at about $2.8 million raised by pre-selling these tokens. So it is essentially a lie to say her team didn't sell tokens. Well, they pre-sold them, and then those investors dumped on your fans. That's the problem. Because Bubble Map says we found 285 investors join the Hawk pre-sale. That's about what I saw as well. 89 wallets sold 100% on launch. 47 sold over 50%. Anyway, you can see in total, $3.3 million were sold. Again, as you'll see, on mostly Haley Welsh's fans, or Hawk2 Girls fans, and I know what you're thinking. Who falls for this? Well, unfortunately, with situations like this, they're not targeting crypto bros. They're mostly targeting, like, actual fans who've never been involved in, you know, the crypto space before. They don't know any better, and you're gonna hear the guy behind a lot of this say that explicitly.
These are people that are outside of crypto that we're going to be onboarding, and they don't give a shit. They don't even know what a market cap is. They just go, oh, cool, free coin. Now I get to join the community. Cool, done.
Not only did they say it, they sold it in a pitch deck. You can see the Hawk deck here. Massive onboarding event. Hawk will onboard normies. So that's why I just don't buy this thought of, oh, well, you know, if you bought this, you deserve to get scammed. Okay, fine. But a lot of the people who bought it had never bought crypto before. They were targeting those people. They said as much in our call. Now, the other part of this scam that I really need to break down because people don't understand it exactly is the fee scam, okay? When this launched, they had 15% fees on trading. They said that this was to stop snipers. But basically what this means, and because the team now blames snipers for a lot of this rug pull, but what it means is they benefited the entire way. You can see in 24 hours, they made almost $2 million from this fee. Meanwhile, on Deck Screener, you can see the sniper, which is the #1 trader on this coin. They made about $1.3 million in their total profits and loss. So they actually made less in total profits, this sniper that ruined the project, than the team made on fees. I, of course, asked who benefited. Did Hawk2 Girl make the money? Who made the money in this whole thing? And they essentially dodged the question. Who's making millions of dollars on fees from this rug pull?
That's not a scheme. That's the
Who's making fees?
So we can keep this thing going for years. Okay. That's how do you think? There's so many expenses.
Who makes the money on the fees? Someone just made over $1 million on fees. Who made it?
First of all, the fees were there with Meteor Pools, and that goes to yes, the creator, right?
Which is who? Who does that own? Who does that belong to?
That belongs to the project.
Who's the project? Who is the project?
Well, the project is over here, Haley Welch, right? And
how much does Haley Welch own?
This is Haley Welch's project.
So she owns all of it.
CoffeeZilla.
I'm just trying to figure out who owns it.
Do you know how much it costs for lawyer fees to create a foundation in the Cayman Islands, to hire directors? You think this stuff pays for itself? You know,
why would you?
How you run a project?
Why would you say that out loud? Leave the Cayman Islands out of it, bro. Everyone immediately knows what's up now. Right? Even the people that don't know what's up.
Forever is you have to fund that.
This guy's a moron.
First of all, over here can speak to the extensive amount of work and time and people that are on this project. Over here has around 18 people working on this right now as we speak. This is not a small time type of nothing. We're really trying to do something here and not just do it for one day and do it for 2 days.
So who made the money? You haven't answered the question. Who made the money? How much did Haley Welch make of that million, 1.8 million?
It's a foundation that is running this project.
How much does she own of it?
It's a foundation. She owns zero of the foundation.
So y'all made the money?
No, I don't own the foundation either. A foundation.
Brother, who profited? Over $1 million was just made.
A foundation that pays people out. And by the way, CoffeeZilla,
This guy is
I'm
squirming,
not
dude.
asking you, questions that are irrelevant to the most important stuff that you said. Who cares where fees go? It goes to bills.
You heard him right. Who cares where millions of dollars went? Supposedly, they have 18 people working on the Hawk to a meme token. So, I don't know if that's true, but that's at least what they're claiming. Now, the last thing I need to say before we jump into this context that you need is that there are 4 groups to look out for here. 1, you have Hawk to a girl who is promoting this thing. 2, you have this guy, Doc Hollywood, who is like Howie Mandel's like son-in-law or something like that. Like, he's this guy who has some connections in Hollywood, and he seems to be the guy connecting Hawk to a girl with crypto, and he said he was teaching her a meme coin class, okay? And he goes unhinged on her call. 3, you have the guys running the crypto token, and 4, you have the insiders who paid money to get early access to this coin and then are rug pulling a lot of Haley Welsh's fans. What you want to make of that, who you exactly want to assign blame to, is up to you. A lot of people are saying, oh, she didn't know any better. She's getting taken advantage of. Maybe, or maybe she's making a ton of money. Talking about Hawk to a girl. So, with that said, I just want to show you the call last night. That is what I knew going into this call. And you'll see my questions target some of these different aspects of what I believe to be a scam in this call. And the last thing I have to say is that when they did do this call, they monologued for like 12 to 15 minutes before they let anyone up. So I was extremely frustrated by the time I got up. I think you'll hear a little bit of that in my voice. Not only that, this Doc Hollywood guy called people mentally ill. He said that people should be thanking him or kissing his butt, basically, for doing this for them, as if he's doing them a favor. Basically, generally berating the people who had maybe lost money in this. And so, quite frustrating to go into. And, well, anyway, enjoy.
Everyone thinks that, oh, everything's a rug. Everything's a rug. Everyone's here to you. Nah, we're here to onboard real people outside of this.
Don't look at that.
Right? The people here, you guys are already y'all are ahead every day thinking everything's a scam. And you know what? You guys are right. Everything is a scam, but not this. Not this. We did not spend 6-7 months of our lives dedicated to trying to do something cool, right? To do something different. Not dumping on you, not bundle snipe. Not 100% of the liquidity or whatever was bundle sniped by the team and propped up charts. You guys are not the target audience. Sorry to say.
Yeah.
Right? This is not the target audience.
Who's he talking to?
The target audience, which is why I'm even doing this, which is what's cool about it.
Yep.
It's
You're right, everything's a scam, except what I did.
And listen, most of you, we don't want you in the community. Let's be real. Right? You're not great people. I don't know y'all, right? I see some friendly faces in this audience.
He's having a meltdown.
You know, I'm gonna say y'all, you guys, right? There's a lot of negativity in the space. I think crypto brings the mentally ill into this thing, right? If you guys are in crypto, you're most likely mentally ill. And I'm gonna count myself as mentally ill for even being here right now. We're trying to actually have fun. We're trying to do something cool. We're trying to give meme tokens away for free to people who have never had any crypto before, any meme token. And you guys should be kissing my ass. Because
How do you say that unironically,
Yeah, so that's
bro?
how all of this started. I had
So
watched
funny.
as people got wrecked on chain, and then I go here in the actual space that's supposed to address everything, a guy berating everyone, calling them mentally ill and telling them they should be thanking him. And that's what led to sort of my attitude when I went up on stage. Also, Twitter Spaces is horrible for doing this kind of work. I normally wouldn't choose it, but all these guys seem to love Twitter Spaces. I don't know why. The problem is people filibuster. So I know I interrupted a lot. That's because you can't let these people go run off on like 10-hour explanations, which they will do if you let them. So, yeah, anyway, here's when I got up on the space.
Be happy to answer any
I have questions. I have questions. I'm raising my hand. Hey guys.
What, CoffeeZilla?
Hey, this is one of the most miserable, horrible launches I've ever seen in my life.
Okay, then why the fuck are you on?
I've been tracing it on
That
chain
accent,
for a while.
bro.
You guys generated
Like a single digit
over $1
IQ,
million
dude.
in fees while y'all's fans got rug pulled. There was snipers, but there was also insider trading directly linked to y'all's creator account. What are you guys doing?
No, that's not true. That's not
true. That's a fact.
No, it's not.
Well, it's a fact, and you can see it on chain. So
Yeah, we know. We trust me. We were there. We could answer that.
you know about the insider trading?
No, there's no insider trading. That's why we can answer it.
Okay, so there's tokens going directly from the main account.
Coffeezilla, just chill for a second.
And then it's getting sold for 50K. Who is that?
Definitely not us. You think we're doing this for 50K? Yeah, fucking right. Talking to the wrong guy. You're used to these bullshit scammers out here. Not us. Now, we had...
That's what everyone says, by the way.
Listen, doesn't matter. No, I'm not everyone. There was a strategic allocation, right, through a foundation. Every single one of those was signed through a SAFT. The deployer wallet, you've heard of a strategic allocation or a private
How much
sale?
did y'all get doing a pre-sale? How much did y'all make?
It's not that
selling
we
out
made.
your fans.
So
So
over here, can you give hold on, Coffeezilla, take a chill pill, brother.
So
let's
y'all just
speak-
rug pulled a bunch of people.
No, there's no rug. We're here every single day. There's no rug pull, and it's not done by us. Yes, snipers sniped it up to an.
There's
insane
no
level.
rug pull, and it's not done by us. So there is a rug
That was-
pull.
Listen,
know that.
listen, no. I'm telling you the truth.
And y'all made millions on fees from this little scheme.
There's not a.
Oh, I'm sure that's not you getting those fees,
It's
right?
not a
Who's making
scheme.
the money
It's
on the
not a-
fees?
it's
Who's
not a
making
scheme.
millions of dollars on fees from this rug pull?
That's not a scheme. That's the
Who's
the
making
project. So we
fees?
can keep this thing going for years. Okay. That's how do you think? There's so many expenses.
Who
right?
makes the money on the fees? Someone just made over $1 million on fees. Who made it?
First of all, the fees were there with Meteora pools, and that goes to the creator, right?
Which is who? Who does that who does that belong to?
That belongs to the project, right?
Who's the project? Who is the project?
Well, the project is over here, Haley Welch.
He's squirming so hard. Who does it belong to? Oh, it belongs to the project. That's not the question that was asked, and you fucking know it. You misleading, lying sack of shit. It's so obvious, dude.
Right? And
how much does Haley Welch own?
This is Haley Welch's project.
So she owns all of it.
Coffeezilla.
Did she just make $1 million on fees on a rug pull?
Do you know how much it costs for lawyer fees to create a foundation in the Cayman Islands, to hire directors? You think this stuff pays for itself? Right?
So y'all wanted to make the money on day one? I don't understand. I'm just asking.
We're here every single day.
Millions of
Day
dollars
one,
in fees from the
day
rug.
2, day 3. This is how you run a project forever. Is you have to fund that. First of all, over here can speak to the extensive amount of work and time and people that are on this project. Over here has around 18 people working on this right now as we speak. This is not a small time type of nothing. We're really trying to do something here and not just do it for one day and do it for 2 days like you're used to.
So who made the money? You haven't answered the question. Who made the money? How much did Haley Welch make of that million, 1.8 million?
It's a foundation that is running this project.
How much does she own of it?
It's a foundation. She owns 0 of the foundation.
So y'all made the money?
No, I don't own the foundation either. A foundation.
Brother, who profited of over $1 million was just
I'm
made?
telling you, a foundation that pays people out. And by the way, Coffeezilla, I'm not asking you, questions that are irrelevant to the most important stuff that you said. Who cares where fees go? It goes to bills.
Well, when you're charging 15%,
it goes to accounts. It goes to directors.
You're charging
it goes to
15%
staff.
of the rug pull, and you're profiting from the
There's
rug
no
pull.
rug pull because we didn't pull a rug. I don't know what you're trying to say. It's not true. That's defamation.
Doc, do the math. Do the math.
Defamation. You're saying that we pulled a rug. There was no rug pull.
3%.
You're defaming our character.
Are you not going to
bullshit.
You
It's bullshit.
just talk over me. You talk over me.
I'm hearing bullshit.
No, you're not. You're talking over me. Let me just lay out your tokenomics. You guys released 3% to the Meteora pool, while you have 17% of the token allocation unlocked day 1 from your strategic allocation. Are you guys insane? What do you guys think exactly is going to happen when your insiders get sent their tokens? And by the way, who made the money from your 17% pre-sale while you're giving a tiny piece of the pie to the public? Like, what the hell? This is the worst tokenomics I've ever seen, and it is a scam.
It's not a scam.
The tokenomics are a scam. That's my opinion. You can say whatever you want about it. You can cry defamation. That's my opinion. It's a scam. And I only do this for a living. I've only seen 1 million of these projects.
So who pays you, CopyZilla? Let's.
Ooh, turn it around. Turn it around. Turn it around. Nobody's here for me. Everyone's here for you. Where did the fees go? Where did the money for the pre-sale tokens go? Why did y'all unlock day 1 so people could dump on Haley Welsh's fans? And how involved was she really? And how much money is she making from all this? What's her cut?
They muted him.
I just got muted. So yeah, that was the conversation. Obviously, I got
That
a little
is
heated
the
there towards
biggest.
the end.
The
I don't
fact
know,
that they
something
muted
about
him is
this
like,
guy
okay, dead
berating
giveaway.
people who had lost money and
Oh, he's making too much sense.
that
Mute
what
him.
was so
Mute him now.
transparently true about the fees being made, about who's benefiting from the pre-sale, just dodging all of that. It gets me so bothered. I guess it shouldn't at this point, but you know, what can I say? I'm only human. I will go ahead and highlight there were 2 other moments. FaZe Banks got up and called these guys out, which is funny.
This 100% was a mismanaged, mislaunched. Like this is what CopyZilla said. I would label this a scam as well. It's pretty obvious. Like CopyZilla brought up, 97% of the token was bundled into the same cluster. And in layman's terms, that just basically means 90%. 97% of all the tokens owned were by related wallets, friends of friends of friends of friends. They were
No,
like,
that's not true. It's not true.
yeah, yes, it is true. Yes, no, it's 100% true.
And then also Nick O'Neill, who is another crypto Twitter guy, he got up there and he asked them basically what I did, because they wouldn't let me back up on the space. And he said, where's the money going to? And then poe2 girl, decided it was time for bed, and that was the end of the space.
So I'm sort of curious, like, not for the token price itself, but just in terms of the fact that there's fees that are being generated, there's an actual, like,
Hey
source
guys,
of income.
I hate to interrupt you, Nick. Hello there. But anywho, I'm gonna go to bed, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Just the moment I hear that cringy ass voice with that terrible fucking dialect, I'm like, this bitch is dumb as bricks. Like, I can't help it. I know, I'm the bad guy in this case, but I can't help it.
Okay. I guess we're talking over here.
Can you imagine being asked questions about a scam, and in the middle of the questioning you go, yeah, I think I'm gonna hit the bed, you know? Gotta wake up bright and early for tomorrow. That is just wild. These people are not serious, or
Fun fact, she slept for 14 days.
at least it doesn't appear that they're taking it very seriously. I think it's concerning when you have a project which, they can say whatever they want about their 18 employees and all the, hundreds of thousands they supposedly paid to set up these, like, Cayman Island corps to do it the right way. But at the end of the day, when you make millions of dollars on launch, where does that come from? When your insiders sell $3 million, where does that come from? Maybe the normies that you were targeting to get in? That is my problem. That is my issue, and that's why I came at them so hard. And that's basically it. I think Haley Welsh, or poe2 girl, to whatever extent she was involved is still unclear, or was unclear until her transactional entertainment lawyer contacted me. I'm just editing this live, guys. He contacted me and said he wants to have a offline combo. I said I can't do that. This is a live story. If she wants to comment on the story or shed light on how much she's been paid, kindly respond. I'll put up all these screenshots. They say she was paid an advance from a company to handle the token marketing dev launch of $125,000. That's the only money she's seen to date. If you have any specific questions, happy to answer. I said, what company was she paid by? What's the agreement? Did she see a cut of the pre-sale or fees from the liquidity pool? The best thing for my story is to get a copy of the agreement, of course. Christian replies, she was supposed to get 50% of net proceeds after payments of costs to third parties. Is that the 18 employees or whatever they have? I don't know. I don't know what costs they have, but 50% is a lot. They were supposed to be mutually approved between her and the company. All decisions regarding to allocation were supposed to be mutually approved. Those decisions haven't been made at this point. The goal would be to salvage the token for the holders and her true fans and do right by the community. That's not going to happen. I can't provide the actual contract, as you can imagine, but I'm happy to continue to be responsive. Your spaces and comments have been helpful, blah, blah, blah. I appreciate what you... Okay, we all know. They always say that, by the way. This guy does not appreciate what I do, I don't think. You know, an entertainment lawyer appreciating somebody talking about somebody, I don't think that's true. Look, the big deal, what he said, is 50% net proceeds. That's a lot, actually. Now, again, 18 employees working on the Hawk2 coin. I don't know how much they're going to end up seeing at the end of the day, but it's going to be real money. The question about, like, oh, salvage the coin, want to salvage the coin. Guys, the problem is, you've sold millions of dollars of pre-sale tokens, and they're still out there.
I really want to start Software Inc. now with all this.
who are waiting to sell. So the
how much can we scam in that game?
For the fans, you're kind of dooming them again. So the best situation is just people. Well, I don't really know. I don't like to give advice in situations like this. You know, it's like asking someone how to clean up a car crash. It's like, well, ideally, this wouldn't have happened in the first place. So, can't give too much advice there. The situation's horrible as it is. I appreciate them actually responding, though, but she is actually making a lot of money off of this, and I do actually think that's a problem. So, I don't know. I think this whole situation is terrible, and she should feel bad. I hope she does, really, because she got in bed with these people who clearly saw dollar signs. She saw dollar signs, and they did this, and people have been hurt. So, yeah, that's basically it. Oh, one more message from Hawk's lawyer. This guy keeps messaging me. He says, this was not a speculative opportunity for her. She truly didn't intend to fleece fans. She genuinely wanted to make this a community token of fans and onboard Web 2 to Web 3 and be a long-term face.
So yeah, that's what happened. And then 14 days later, which is like 4 or 5 days ago, she finally responded. So she slept for like 2 weeks. So funny. Yep. To both of those statements.
It's been nearly 3 weeks since our world was flipped upside down in the wake of the catastrophic Hawk2 coin crypto scam from Haley Welch and her team of worms. We put our faith into the most trusted person we knew, Hawk2 girl, to deliver a crypto that could replace the US dollar. And what happened next, no one could have seen coming. It wasn't on the Mayan calendar, and Baba Vanga didn't predict it. We were all caught by surprise when it turned out Hawk Coin was a rug pull scam. It led to one of the most devastating financial blows this nation has faced since the Great Depression. Many are now homeless, out there scavenging for morsels of Solana, getting dowsing rods out, trying to track down just little tiddlywinks of Solana to hopefully try and recoup their Hawk Coin investment. God rest their souls. And when the world needed her most, she vanished like the Avatar. Hawk2 girl went into hibernation, signing off with a "I'm going to bed."
Did you see? Did you pre-watch this, Joey? What
Never
the fuck?
To be heard from again.
Not for the token price itself, but just in terms of the fact that there's fees that are being generated, there's an actual like
Hey
source
guys,
of income.
I hate to interrupt you, Nick. Hello there. But
Yeah.
anywho, I'm gonna go to bed, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay.
She really does sound like Sandy Cheeks yapping through an Xbox 360 microphone. So she was in this Twitter space where people were going over Hawkcoin after the apocalypse unfolded with the huge rug pull and everyone losing all of their money except for the team on the inside, of course. And this is how she signed off. And it's been 3 weeks since she powered down. So she's been slumbering for a while now. But friends, what if I told you, just like Smog, awakening on that pile of gold, Poe2 girl has also awakened. 3 weeks later, she has finally received that kiss from a prince, that prince being a lawyer most likely, that has made her eyes shoot open and immediately go to Twitter to let everyone know how seriously she's taking this whole situation. She's gonna get to the bottom of what happened here, because it's a mystery to all of us. Do you think Poe2 girl's response is good? Man, absolutely not. She finally woke up after 3 weeks or whatever, and she just drops this. Take the situation extremely seriously and want to address my fans, the investors who have been affected in the broader community. I'm fully cooperating with and I'm committed to assisting the legal team representing the individuals impacted, as well as to help uncover the truth, hold the responsible parties accountable, and resolve this matter. If you experience losses related to this, please contact Berwick Law. What do you mean uncover the truth? I'm sure you were too stupid to know what a rug pull was, but I mean, it's still, at the end of the day, your fault. It's like that scene in SpongeBob where he's like, Maniac on the loose, and he's got the walkie-talkie out, and there's the picture of the Maniac behind him, and it's SpongeBob. That is literally Haley Welch right now. You saw that Twitter response too? Did someone already make that joke? God damn it. SpongeBob's too hot right now, I can't even get the references out first. That's right, Poe2 girl is on the case. We're gonna get to the Hawk trutha about this crypto scam. And Haley Welch is just the intellectual beacon of hope.
But this is like,
that we needed to figure it out.
Do people not?
It's painfully obvious Haley Welch is not the one that wrote this statement. You can tell by the use of commas.
How much do normies not pay attention, bro? I've been hearing about rug pulls for like half a decade now. Are people really this closed off? Give me a second. Sorry. I was standing on my blankets. It was annoying. I don't know, I don't watch television.
Poe2 girl would never. This is
maybe that's why I'm
a
actually
PR
informed.
Team that's spearheading this effort to try and do damage control. There's been a lawsuit filed as a result of the Hawk meme
no.
rug pull. So she
I don't watch television.
Crisis mode. I also imagine all the parasites around Haley that actually control her, because she has become so big to the point where she now has a whole PR team and an entire like agency behind her. So they are working her like a puppet. It's like fucking Weekend at Bernie's out there with Haley Welch's body. And I'm guessing they're telling her to shut the fuck up and not do what she did when this first happened, going into a Twitter space and making herself look even worse, and this whole thing look even more shady. So that's why she's been so quiet, and will probably stay quiet until they resolve this behind the scenes, or hope that people just forget about it. It still blows my mind how she got extremely lucky, up there with like winning the lottery, where she was able to spin an entire career off a fucking 5-second meme clip of her talking about spitting on a wiener. That doesn't happen all that often. Like, it happened with the Costco guys as well. They also got super lucky just from one meme. But think of all of the people who didn't. Like, some of the biggest memes for their time, like Damn Daniel. He didn't become an internet superstar sensation with his own podcast. You know, the fucking Damn Daniel every Tuesday. Like, there's nothing like that. She got so lucky, and she's already cashed in all of that shit for one crypto rug pull. Now, I don't think it's going to ruin her career. She's probably still going to be fine. People will ironically still support Talk-Tua and the Hawk-Tua girl ventures because she's a clown that people like to make fun of, and she makes a lot of money off being that clown. But it's crazy she got so lucky and then so quickly did the scummiest shit you could do by scamming her whole audience. Now, most people saw this coming, but not everybody. There were some actual delusional idiots that put money into this that definitely deserve to have their money lost. I'll go ahead and say it. I've said it multiple times. If you actually put money into Hawk Coin thinking that it was somehow going to be a good financial investment, you definitely deserve to have her come out there and fucking spit on that thing. Imagine getting this lucky and having the easiest path in life laid out before you. You need only walk it, and you don't even have to walk it that hard. And yet, you still fuck it up in the most avoidable way possible. She had an extremely successful and lucrative career spin out of actually nothing. And she still managed to wipe her ass with it. All she had to do was clock in once a week.
Charlie?
Talk to a Tuesday where she sits
It's
there
penguins.
like a lobotomite saying nothing, or being extremely clueless when a topic comes up, and she'd have tons and tons of people still continue to support it till the cows fucking come home, and she could have rode that horse for years.
Ooh.
She could have continued to milk that cow, and the milk would have never ran dry. She didn't have to do anything special. She didn't even have to be all that careful because people would support her no matter what, whether it's ironically or unironically, because now it's a blend of both. So all she had to do was just stay the course. But she couldn't. She saw too many dollar signs in her eyes. She got a little too greedy and couldn't resist putting her hand in the cookie jar to squeeze a little bit extra juice out
I
of the
didn't
lemon
get the
here.
fucking waypoint again?
She pulled a huge scam on her audience, not realizing that that's
keep
a bad
forgetting to
thing.
pick up the waypoint in
Though
Infested
I also don't
Barrens.
think she even realized what she was
Fuck my
doing in the
life.
first place because all she cares about is what her team tells her to care about. That's the impression I get. And someone on her team connected her to Doc Hollywood and the Goof Troop and whatever, and they all said, we're going to make a meme coin, people are going to love it, and we're going to make a ton of money, and she just said yes, off rip. I am sure she gave it no more thought than that. I am confident she has never even heard the word crypto until her team told her about it. If you asked her right now what Solana is, she'd probably be trying to relate it to some species of bird or something. She has no clue what any of this shit means. All she knew is that she was told that she'd make a lot of money off it and said, sign me up. At least that's my best guess of what went on behind the scenes. But maybe I'm downplaying Haley Welch's nefarious galaxy brain. Maybe she was the one that put all of the puzzle pieces together here and said, let's run a crypto scam. Maybe she's only playing the fool, but is actually a turbo genius. Food for thought. Don't think that's the case.
I doubt
think
that,
it's pretty
yeah.
clear from the Twitter space, she does not know what is even going on. At all. Not even close. But it is her fault. And her team's fault. So, we'll see what happens here. Like I said, I don't think she's gonna like go to jail or anything because they don't actually prosecute for financial crimes like this in the crypto space. And I don't think she's going to have her entire internet career ruined from it because people, regardless, are just going to keep championing Hawk to a Girl as like this silly meme that they ironically love, which leads to it being more than ironic at that point. So she'll
I hate
probably
it.
end up being
It's
just
so
fine.
stupid.
But I think for now she's going back to bed. Posted that yesterday, hasn't posted since, so she's probably asleep again. We'll hear from her in another 3 weeks. That's about it. See ya.
That's really making me want to play Software Inc. That's funny. Stupid bugs.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so it's time for us to talk about this article here from Brooklyn Daily Eagle. Now, if you guys are unaware what this article is about, it is typically about the Gamergate lawsuit, as they want to call it, Gamergate lawsuit, between Smash JT and Alyssa Mercante. Now, they're calling it the Gamergate lawsuit because articles like this only exist to try to bolster this lawsuit for their fellow activists. So that way, when a lawsuit comes around and the articles are brought up in question when needed as evidence or, you know, to try to bolster an argument by the particular lawyer that's being, you know, utilized by Alyssa Mercante, they use these articles as a means of defense, and they also use it as a means of justification as to what Alyssa is saying. Now, it has an article here with a headline that reads, Gamergate lawsuit between video game reviewers hits Brooklyn court.
What up, nerds? It's Alyssa Mercante, Kotaku senior editor. And
she's so cringy.
Now, again, guys, as people who follow my channel, I'm sure you're very much aware over what's happening between Alyssa Mercante and Smash JT. Let's be real.
If you
here.
don't know,
everybody pretty much knows about it at this point. Now, you even have freaking the creator of Minecraft.
If you don't know, unhinged ex-gaming journalist Alyssa Mercante didn't like the fact that some people were pointing out her agenda, and she sued somebody over it. That guy crowdfunded double of what he needed for his legal fees initially in less than a day. So I think she vastly underestimates how much people hate her and how much people hate that poisoned ideology.
Donating to Smash JT $5,000, absolutely insane. And it's very clear that people have decided that enough is enough, and the majority of people are going to get together to ensure that he has the best opportunity to try to win in this particular frivolous lawsuit, which is exactly what this is. It's a frivolous lawsuit. It's people who are upset over mean words being said online, even though those mean words have all the evidence in the world as to why they were said in the first place. You can try to delete as many tweets as you want. You can try to hide it as much as you want, but
yeah.
archives are a thing, and it's very.
And then immediately after the lawsuit, her and her little mafia friends all started deleting tweets, which is destruction of evidence. Why not do that before filing the lawsuit? So not only do they have a poison ideology, they're also dumb as bricks. It's so fucking stupid.
Very easy to see them from a mile away. So let's get into this article, guys, from Brooklyn Daily Eagle. But of course, before we do, if you are new here, just consider hitting that subscribe button. I would greatly appreciate it, and like the video to push us out into that YouTube algorithm. Fucking ads, man. Look at these people. So it says downtown Brooklyn, an online battle over video game reporting entered the real world on Wednesday after one well-known reviewer filed a lawsuit in the Eastern District of New York against a rival, accusing him of orchestrating a harassment campaign that led to her losing her job. Okay, so number one, so that's a lie, right? Lie number one, you already know it's a lie from the get-go. Why do you know it's a lie? Because she said she left on her own accord. Boom, done. She said she left on her own accord. There is tweets and proof of her saying and telling everybody that she left of her own accord and that she was not fired. She specifically used the words, I was not fired. And now here you have Brooklyn Daily Eagle saying that it's because of a harassment campaign against her that it made her lose her job. Okay, so which is it? Did she get fired or did she not get fired? I mean, can you guys make up your mind or not? It's very clear that this is a damage control article, but we're going to read it just because, for the hilarity's sake of it, we're going to read it. Also, well-known reviewer. What? She doesn't really review games, bro. Like, what do you mean well-known reviewer? From all the time I saw her at Kotaku over the last year, she barely reviewed any games. So what are we talking about, a well-known reviewer? Anyway, that's besides the point. Brooklyn writer Alyssa Mercante, formerly a senior editor at the game review website Kotaku, is seeking damages from California.
The only reason she's known is because she's a freak.
Created hundreds of false and inflammatory posts and videos designed to provoke hate towards Mercante and Kotaku. That's absolutely insane, right? It's insane that you could sit there and say that by him covering a well-known establishment as Kotaku in the gaming industry as a gaming YouTuber, and, you know, we use gaming very lightly, you know what I mean? He doesn't actually play games online. He just talks about
Allegedly.
the situation in the industry and whatnot. And every once in a while he'll play games, but you get what I'm saying. There's different
She's a
kinds of
freak,
gaming
allegedly.
YouTubers, and he's more of the commentary kind, but still, I think it's insane that someone who covers the gaming industry like
Guys give the
Chad
best
TV
content.
is supposed to just
That's
not
true.
talk about one
Lol
of the
cows are
biggest
hilarious.
establishments or what
She
you
is
see,
a,
one
she's
of the biggest
totally a lol
establishments
cow,
in the gaming
100%.
industry, which was Kotaku. You mean to tell me he could never talk about it ever? That it's all just going to be inflammatory? I mean, you guys are ridiculous. You really are. It says screenshots in Mercante's lawsuit purport to show Tarzia making comments like, how many times do I need to
I'm really glad that all these woke activist gaming publications are going down in flames, bro. It's fantastic. Like, don't think these guys are a positive in our sphere. I think they're like a massive net negative. It's like you can't trust them, right? Look at all of the Veilguard coverage that was out there. That is like one of the worst games I've played, like in recent memory, right? It was absolutely terrible, and it treated you like you were a fucking retard, like literally treated you like you were a retard. I had a much more interesting time solving the campaign puzzle in the hideout in Call of fucking Duty than any puzzle in Veilguard, right? There was no puzzle in Veilguard. It's like, oh, you gotta find we have to find the crystal. Oh, you mean the crystal that's like 2 meters lift of the fucking pedestal? Yeah, I can see it from here. Yeah, thanks. Right? And they're constantly in your ear about it too. Like, oh my god. All the way at the start of the game, there's this thing where you jump onto like a static ballista. And then there's make you shoot a wall. And immediately, like, you shoot the wall crumbles. Immediately, you can see like 2 or 3 enemies come through the wall. And your AI NPC goes, oh, there's enemies at the wall you shot. I'm literally looking at it, right? Like, I literally 0.5 seconds ago, I took the shot. Yes, thank you. I can fucking see that. Dude, they treated you like you were the biggest fucking retard, man. That's what they think about you. Like, and you expect me to give that a good review? Fuck off, alright? Go suck a dick somewhere, dude. Jesus. Like, they treat you like you're a fucking imbecile. It's nuts. Oh, yeah. Or like, maybe not directly, but it's like, oh, come on down. I'll fly you over for a week. Okay, bro. Right? Okay, bro. How do you like this nice 5-star hotel you're staying at? You know? Fucking stupid.
Other allegations include that Tarzia falsely stated Mercante engaged in prostitution, a crime in New York, and that Tarzia helped to accuse Mercante of anti-Semitism, a charge that
They're all a bunch of woke retards.
Oh, so now it's a
That fucking dumbass trans or non-binary character as well, bro. That is 100% a self-insert, dude. I don't want to see your fucking fan fiction in our franchises. Get the fuck out of here.
To fucking smash JT, bro. When there was thousands of people that were retweeting Destiny's whole thing about Alyssa Mercante.
Like, why is our industry like infested with all the crazies, bro? Well, what the fuck is what?
Are you out of your mind? When there's so many other people that retweeted it as well, he was not the arbiter of that information, so I think it's just insane. But anyway, this is very typical of a damage control article, and it's so funny to see a damage control article show up for Alyssa Mercante, who the entire reason she got famous, and by famous I mean at the slightest bit of fame, she got famous simply because she wrote a damage control article for SBI, where she lied through omission.
Is it though? That's the thing, because it feels like it's much worse in our industry than in most other industries.
So I just think it's ironic that she's also getting an article running defense for her.
I say our industry. I'm not technically part of it. I'm just the customer, you know. But I'm the customer, right? I've got 1,500 fucking games on my Steam. I am the customer. You know what I mean? So it's definitely my industry.
Doesn't pan through. So, you know, it's not us that said that. It's her, bro. Like what do you want? What do you want from me? It's literally
Like, I literally go make money so I can spend it on games, you know?
She didn't want people to think that. She shouldn't have said those comments. You know, as a public figure and putting it out on Twitter, I think it's insane to try to do a lawsuit, say, oh, you.
But then suddenly I'm the bad guy? Like, no, fuck you. Like, you want to make money? You better fucking change your ways, right?
As a new residual liability tort, defined in the suit as a pattern of escalation.
Because I am Legion.
Court in Washington has previously recognized this tort, according to the suit. This is
Much more Legion than the freaks.
This is what it's really about. This right here is really where the activism comes into play, because the lawyers that she has hired is trying to make stochastic terrorism a thing in general, and they want to be able to reference this case with Alyssa Mercante versus Smash JT as a baseline for what stochastic terrorism actually is. And if they manage to get through with it,
Alyssa Mercante's lawyer looks exactly what you think she does. It's a him. Okay, whatever. I'm so done with the fucking she nonsense. It's a fucking he, alright? You fucked it up. I was charitable at first. I'm no longer charitable to that, dude. Like, if I don't know you personally and you look like a he, then you're a fucking he, okay? Is that fucking simple. I'm so done being charitable with that nonsense. It's like, what the fuck do you want from me, dude? It's like, I was willing to give you a couple of things, but you're trying to take everything. Go away. Now you get nothing. You know, it's like, I have to treat you... Apparently, you want to act like a 5-year-old. I'm going to treat you like a 5-year-old. You couldn't stop whining, and now you got fucking nothing. I'm just so over it, you know?
and they try to make it a real thing, it is going to set a ridiculous precedent to the point where Alyssa Mercante, due to her failure in life, seemingly anyway, she is looking to burn the industry to the ground, and she's looking to take everybody else with her. So to the point where she wants to make it damn near impossible for anybody to be able to say anything about someone who's a public figure, especially a journalist, which I think is insane. Journalists' entire jobs are talking about other people, and yet you can't talk about them when you cover content in the gaming industry? I think that's so stupid. Tarzia response in fundraising for a legal defense claims Mercante is trying to silence him through the suit, which I agree with. Mercante has retained activist lawyers with a clear agenda to bring this ridiculous case against me and the video game industry to its knees. This case isn't just about me, it's all about gamers. Tarzia wrote in a post on the conservative crowdfunding website Give, Send, Go. Oh man, I love how these people, bro, oh my god, I love that they are so unbelievably ideologically destroyed that they had to mention the fact that Give, Send, Go is a conservative leading website. Like, are you absolutely insane? Do you say liberal leading website when you talk
oh my
about
god.
other fucking crowdfunding
Okay,
websites?
I normally don't do
you
this,
say
but
that?
I just
No, of
noticed
course you
someone in
don't,
the
right?
chat called
Of course you
Serbian
don't.
Todd
When you talk
Howard.
about
It
Kickstarter,
just
you
works,
say
guys.
liberal leading
It just
Kickstarter? No,
fucking
of course
works,
you don't.
alright?
You only say that when it's about
I'm sorry,
websites
I had to
that
do
are
that.
allowing
Your name is
people the
fantastic.
opportunity to be able to fund something that they wouldn't be able to fund usually by going against
It
liberal
is, yeah.
psychopaths like
I don't
Alyssa
think they ever
Mercante.
were for freedom
They
of
don't like
speech.
the fact that you
Ga-
have the ability to do that.
If there's anything that Gamergate, the original Gamergate, the real one, proved, is that you cannot trust these people. They're in bed, man. They're literally, some of them. Like, you can't trust them. And we couldn't trust them back in the day either. The only difference now is people can talk about it on social media. That's the only difference. It doesn't. It has no resistance. Zero. Bulks. Why do you insist on doing this, guys? Oh my fucking god. You drive me nuts. I swear to fucking god. That's pretty good.
Don't drink the water.
Don't drink the water.
A give said go has given the ability for that
People
to happen with
insist
Smash
on
JT,
fucking up the
and
guild
this is what they don't like. So they
stash.
try to
It
downplay
drives me
and call it a
fucking up the
conservative
wall, dude.
crowdfunding who gives
Stop
a
it.
fuck? Who cares? Whether it's right leaning or left leaning, as long as they stand by what they say and are going to deliver on the actual funds and let it go through the court system, then who cares what their leading is? The feud stems from the Gamergate controversy, a long-running and vicious online debate linked to the rise of the alt-right over the politics of video games. Self-identified Gamergate supporters, including Targia, accused developers and journalists of left-wing bias and favoritism. Accused? Accused at this point? I mean, have you guys seen your Twitter profile? Oh, it's so easy. If you were to combine all your Twitter profiles and just look at what you have in your bios, I think it's pretty easy to make the deduction that you guys are left-leaning. I think it's pretty easy, right? Considering that most of you have pronouns in your bio. Most of you have rainbow flags in your bio. Most of you have some sort of hashtag that the leftists use, usually hashtag BLM, hashtag something along those lines. Most of you guys have that. So it's pretty easy to make that deduction just from looking at your profile pictures or just from looking at your bios. You know what I mean? You don't actually have to look through your Twitter feed to understand that you're probably all left-leaning bias. You know what I mean? It's so stupid. Anyway, the supporters say that the supporters are in reality an organized hate mob. Yeah, we're all supposedly organized, right? Every single one of us are organized, focusing primarily on targeting women and seeking to punish opponents for their political views. You mean to tell me like the stuff that you guys do all the time, where you try to punish people for their political reviews? I mean, look at this frivolous lawsuit at this point. This lawsuit has slack written all over it, literally. So I don't understand why you are projecting so goddamn hard to the point where you are so desperate to call everybody alt-right. You realize that a lot of the people that follow this channel are not even right-wing for the most part. The amount of comments that I get for people who say they are not right-wing, they're usually centrist or center-right or something along those lines, or even center-left, and some people are calling themselves classic liberals who follow my channel, which I do believe 100%. So those people just don't count. They're all just alt-right because they're listening to people who happen to have a different political view from the mainstream establishment. Who even reads Brooklyn Daily Eagle? I mean, I'm only here because of the fucking article with Smash JT. Otherwise, I've never even touched this website. So it's very clear that this is going to be a massive lawsuit to the point where everybody's going to be watching, right? Everybody's going to be watching. Everybody in the industry is going to be watching. All the activists are going to be watching. All the journalists are going to be watching. Even the YouTube shills are going to be watching, like Mighty Cuck and whatnot. They're all going to be watching to see what happens from this. And if Alyssa Mercante does not win, this is going to be a massive L for the entire industry and shills alike. So anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching this video. Hope you did enjoy it. If you did, consider leaving a subscribe.
I already think
like the video, comment,
there's indications that the lawsuit is not going well for Miss Mercante. She had, when she did the lawsuit, when she filed it, she put it up on her Twitter as her pinned post. And it was like some post of like her being like super happy that the lawsuit was filed, and it popped up like lawsuit filed in like fucking Dark Souls font. And then he started getting a lot of money, and they started on the other side, right, on Mercante's side, started deleting tweets, and then all of a sudden that was no longer the pinned comment no more, right? Or the pinned tweet, like I think she might be realizing that turns out she's a fucking dumbass and she did the wrong fucking move. Like, there's no way it's gonna go well, bro. I'd be very surprised if it goes well, I'm gonna be honest. Because I watched Smash JT. Not a single thing he said that was defamatory. Or made up. It's like, it's not defamatory if it's true. It's simple measure, right? Like, you yourself said X, so when he calls you X, that's not defamatory. But to give... Just so you guys know who it is. Oh, this is so much cringe, by the way. I hate watching this. But for context, right? Just so you know what a dumb cunt this was. This is the person we're talking about. I already massively apologize for the massive amounts of cringe in these small 40 seconds.
People in the industry to be a little bit louder about people being mean to other people, and maybe say it's not a good thing.
Yeah.
Maybe say we don't want you around if you're gonna be a cunt.
Yeah.
And hateful, and that the games industry is diverse naturally.
Meanwhile, she's about to be a cunt and hateful.
Be diverse because the world is diverse, you stupid motherfucker. And if you have a problem with that, come fight me.
Yeah.
Physically.
I know.
Bitch.
Has anyone taken you up on that yet?
No, because they're all pussies.
Yep.
Well, that didn't turn out so well, did it? Dumb cunt. Yeah, it's one of those guys. She's also like a massive Hassan Piker simp. It's so fucking awkward, dude. God damn. Oh, here's one of the videos that she gets that she's so mad about, and this is exactly that's so dude. YouTube is listening to us. I swear to God.
Sometimes it feels like the stars align, and the least likely person to come to your defense is somebody who you've laughed at for years for being so ridiculous. What's going on, guys? Welcome to another episode of Smash JT. Today we have Destiny, of all people, joining the cause of exposing Alyssa Mercante for not being an actual gamer. And in this case, not just not being a gamer, but being addicted to the activist known as Hassan and trying so hard for her to be acknowledged by him to the point of being pathetically embarrassing with all of her tweets to him. And it has to make you wonder, is Alyssa gonna try to send a C&D to Destiny now? Hit that subscribe, give me a like, and check out SmashJT.com for the full article and images breaking down everything that Destiny shared on Twitter, completely exposing Alyssa Mercante as an activist. Alyssa Mercante has finally caught the attention of someone outside the usual circles, and not in a good way from her perspective. Of all people, Destiny, the self-proclaimed intellectual and professional debater, decided to weigh in on Mercante's ridiculous ongoing obsession with Hassan Piker. Now, before I even dive further into this, I know people have very mixed feelings on Destiny. For the most part, he has a very strong and intense fan base, and I gotta say, I don't really care. Like, I've watched him a couple times. I think he's a complete tool bag. He's an idiot. And he really loses a lot of the debates by doing circular arguments. And it's entertaining to poke fun at him. But at the same time, I'm like, yeah, this guy isn't really all that. But in this particular case, even I got to admit that the thread that he linked in the comments are not completely off the mark. It's as if for once Destiny is not being entirely brain dead. Who knew? Destiny posted on Twitter, Jesus, Alyssa Merc is a senior editor at Kotaku. No wonder Hassan always gets such favor.
I don't know. He's quite entertaining in his debates. They always turn into shit shows. It's hilarious. I don't mind him. Definitely don't agree with most of what he says, but no, like I think I would like 50-50. He's very unhinged when it comes to American politics. Losing the plot on that. It's kind of hilarious.
Coverage over there, LMAO. These tweets are so down bad, it's pathetic. And he links to an Imgur page that has compiled tweets over the years of Alyssa Mercante straight up simping for Hassan just to be noticed by him. It's really cringy. I don't know how your Friday is going, but Hassan just read my joke out loud on his stream. And then she replied to herself, yes, I'm a Hassan Piker, and I will not apologize
double whammy.
for this. And,
I should have dodged and then healed.
That, and you're like, okay, we all are
I healed it, then I should dodge, and the second explosion got me.
Whatever, like a one-off, okay. You enjoy his content for whatever reason, probably because you're an activist and he fits your agenda and goals with the ideologies that he pushes, but whatever the reason is, we all have our people we like to watch. I've been inseminated by a pic of Hassan the Hun wearing his new union-made merch featuring Bernie Sanders while reading Dune, which is a totally normal thing for someone to say. Hassan said, landed in New York for a wedding and the weather is awful. Was informed that weddings can reschedule if it's raining. This should be illegal. And Alyssa is there as soon as she can to say, so are we going or nah? To which one of her friends calls her out saying, Alyssa, please, I refuse to lose my friend to a gags Twitch streamer. And Alyssa responds with, I can't help it. Like, this gets worse and worse as we go. Alyssa posted this ridiculous picture of Hassan in this wild outfit, and she said, men be scared to dress, but Hassan is up in my eyes, like, and that picture of him, and I'm just like, that might be the ugliest outfit I have ever seen in my life. But I guess if you're someone like Alyssa who's really into style, it passes as good looks. And that's the crux of this entire issue. Her obsession with Hassan has nothing to do with video games. It's about her aligning with someone who can amplify her activism. And this is why I'm covering it, because I want to expose exactly who she is to everyone. She cannot hide it. She can pretend to hide behind the facade of, oh, I work for a games journalism company like Kotaku. But at the end of the day, she is a straight up activist. She's trying to get aligned with Hassan, not just because she wants to bang him, most likely based off these tweets, but ultimately because he is a massive voice in the industry that parrots her ideologies, and she feels like if she can pair
Hopefully
up
not
with
for
him,
long.
the sky's the limit. Hassan said, how's he signing anything with those sausages? Making fun of King Charles's hands. Because remember, when you're on their side, it's perfectly okay to make fun of someone's looks, their physical disabilities, or problems that they have, because they clearly don't align with your ideologies. But if someone on the other side starts doing the same thing to them, they can't wait to go cry and try to get you canceled, because it's how they work with their double standards. And Alyssa Mercante said, baby, if you're in New York, you're supposed to tell me. It's just kind of like, he doesn't like you, Alyssa. He ignores you. This is reaching like crazy psycho stalker stage 5 clinger levels of insanity. Take a hint.
Oh my god, don't ever leave me.
Never.
Good, because I'd find you.
And diving into just a
What the fuck was that?
Kotaku and Hassan, you'll
What
see
the
a
fuck was
bunch
that?
of articles that they wrote praising him and putting him in the highest place possible as far as how good of a Twitch streamer this guy is and how awesome he is in the public's eye and how people misunderstand because he's buying a house in Hollywood or he's buying one of the most expensive Porsches out there, that he's supposedly someone that doesn't believe in capitalism because he's a socialist, and this flies directly in the face of his ideologies. Because big shocker,
Yeah.
at the end of the day, all these people
Yeah.
do is parrot an ideology to get money and
I
then
know, right?
buy shit for themselves.
That kind of
It's
crazy
like
is gonna
the
stab you
ultimate grip
when you're
to
sleeping.
make you feel like they're one of you. Oh, I'm poor like you. I don't have money like you. Give me money and I'll go buy the most expensive house and Porsche that I can find. And then we got Alyssa in her own article that she wrote on Kotaku. And I gotta read this entire excerpt for you because it is It is just so perfect. Hassan Piker is many things. He's a hardcore himbo, an amateur gamer, and frequent heated moment haver. He speaks to legions of young men, women, and NBs on the internet almost every day via his wildly popular Twitch channel, and feeds their parasocial bond via his other social media accounts. Even though he spends most of his time on Twitch reacting to political clips, yelling at his chat, and eating, he's currently the number 10 most watched streamer on the platform. That's because, and here we go, Hassan is the perfect mix of intelligence, sexiness, and broness, through which he effortlessly courts legions of lovers and haters. And Alyssa, I think we know which group you fall under. The simping going on here is palpable. But let's get back to some of the tweets that she put out there about Hassan. Pete XN tagged Alyssa saying, Alyssa, Hassan needs you on his show ASAP to deep dive into how insane the current situation is. He has no idea. And Alyssa quote tweets it with, baby, I'm waiting, with a picture with her hair all done up nice in this background. Like, she is just like, this is hardcore simping. I have not seen levels this embarrassingly pathetic for a long, long time. And for Destiny to amplify this and point it all out has got to have Alyssa completely burning. And I was far from the only one being blown away from Destiny calling out Alyssa for simping for Hassan. Viking Scion on Twitter said, if I was Hassan, I'd be ignoring the queen of borderline personality disorder too. Horror Amorata said, I mean, if she's trying to pivot to Twitch streaming, I just realized everything I want to say here would be uncharacteristically crude of me. But still, I can't think of a bigger pussy to suck than Hassan. And Chris said, wasn't on my bingo card seeing him come up with W takes. First this, and before I believe he mentioned
Baz with the raid. What's up, yo? Thank you so much for the raid, Baz. How you doing, sir? Welcome on in. We're just laughing at Alyssa Mercante right now.
something similar to
While I murdered my way through the game again.
A W take is a W take. And getting back to these images that were shared from Destiny on this source, the screenshots go on and on and on, exposing her. And honestly, it's embarrassing. The senior editor at Kotaku, a publication that supposedly covers quote-unquote video games, is more interested in chasing after an influencer for clout than actually contributing to the gaming community. This was Exhibit A that I was talking about months ago, feels like years ago at this point, when I started the End Kotaku petition, where I'm like, these people are not gamers. They are activists. They have agendas and ideologies in mind that they're trying to
These witches are gonna be super annoying.
They're trying to utilize popular Twitch streamers, popular YouTubers, and give them the time of day to use their platforms to push their ideologies, because at the end of the day, it's insidious how they work. They don't care about games. They use it as a platform to push a message, and that's literally all they care about. Destiny's tweet highlighted the realities I've been saying for quite a while now. Alyssa doesn't care about gaming. She's an activist. Her obsession with Hassan Piker runs
Minecraft.
so deep that it's hard
Nice.
to ignore how
That's
this
my
plays
game.
into Kotaku's glowing coverage of him over the years. Up to
I was more a Terraria man myself.
and bias about him. The bigger issue here isn't just her thirst for Hassan, which is painfully
But
obvious at this
I understand
point,
the creative,
but also how this further exposes
what's the
that
word?
she doesn't care
Satisfaction.
about gaming in the slightest. Even when she tries to cover gaming, she can't help but make it about
I'm on
herself.
every day,
At the
brother.
end of the day,
Every damn
she doesn't
day.
care about the game. She's a narcissist.
I'm doing
trapped in
alright.
her own world,
Surviving.
with a humble opinion that has no idea what's even going on out there. Anyways, I'm gonna leave it there. If you guys want more information or access to all
Nice
these screenshots,
Christmas
the
and
Destiny
Christmas
posts,
Day
the
dinner.
tweet and all that,
Stuffed
check out
turkey. Love that shit.
smashjt.com. I'll link this article in the description below. If you appreciate what I'm doing, hit that
And my
join
cat is
button.
snoring
Thank you
right
so
now.
much for watching, and as always, you stay smashing.
You said America deserved 9/11. Did you mean that?
Yeah. Cause I'd find you.
Hello. Yeah. Yeah, I get that. I don't have to do any programming really, but IT, same diff. I'm the guy that keeps your computer running, right?
Oblivion, a handcrafted, expansive RPG experience spanning hundreds of hours of
Shut up,
questing.
Spiffy Brit. We were doing politics. And video game politics. I hate it when you make a network and put one IP wrong and nothing works anymore. Same diff. Same fucking problem. And then you're looking around, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on? going through all the fucking... It's fine when your setup is like 1 router and 4 computers, right? But when it's like, you know, 15 networks with like 100 computers each. Kill me, please. Right? Kill me now. I want to die. In a video game. Yeah, I've done that too. There's a similar, you know, when you're making like scripts, like bat files to run, you know, some installs or whatever the fuck, or for, because you know that's the thing, right? I have to like, how do I put this? I have to. I'm still in school, obviously, so I don't have to do this officially yet. But I'm essentially I have to maintain, let's say, 50 complete morons that have no idea. They know how to turn a computer on and that's it, right? So yeah, you gotta like your own. You gotta write your own scripts to it automatically grabs this from the NAS and then installs it, blah blah blah, and you don't see nothing of that, right? Just it all happens in the background, through like bat files. The amount of fucking curses I've had on some of those bat files. Fucking hell, dude. Or when we're doing Linux. Oh, Linux is so fucking nuts, bro. Shit. They wanted us to do everything in the command line, right? So you gotta, we had to use, I forgot what it's called. Not Nano, the other one. VI. Oh my god, VI sucks, bro. Jesus Christ. Why is that still industry standard? That thing is fucking garbage. It drives me up the fucking wall, dude. You can't even tell if you're editing the fucking page or not. Unless you put the show commands on. Which I learned to do immediately. Alright, man. Yo, have a good one, bro. Enjoy the rest of your holiday, man. Peace out. Thanks for giving me PTSD. You triggered it. Fucker. Computer problems. You too, brother. Have a good one.
So I think it's amazing that I just recently made a video about Dragon Age the Veilguard sales and how it's tanking in Europe to the point where it's not even passing top 50 in sales for games in general, not even just including new games. I mean, the game is getting cooked out there in Europe, but that's besides the point. Dragon Age the Veilguard, all the people out there are finally starting to realize that, hey, things aren't looking that good
Good morning.
for this game.
You
And
were
one of the things I wanted to talk about
like crazy.
is how this game apparently has put itself on sale drastically. And this is only
long
within
as you
2
don't
months of the
fart.
game being
All
out.
good.
Now, keep in mind, this is
'Cause she
very
is stinky
strange for a
bitch.
brand new AAA game, and the only reason why they would do this is simply because the game is not doing well. And all the shills out there are trying to cope and see and say, no, it's doing great, we promise. I like the game, so that means the game is doing great, and you're just being a hater. Well, it's very clear that that is not the case.
Oh shit.
So Let's get into this article, guys, from comicbook.com. But of course, before we do, if you are new here, just consider hitting that subscribe button. I would greatly appreciate it, and like the video to push us out into that YouTube algorithm. So the headline reads, Dragon Age the Veilguard's quick sales are concerning. The new Dragon Age game might not be reaching the heights that EA desired. Now, really quick, just to kind of put it out there, I feel like this is obvious, right, at this point. And I know we have this conversation damn near daily about a multitude of different games, but I think people really need to stop the cope, right? I think people need to stop the cope over the fact that they look at a game, they want that game to succeed, and they don't want to admit to themselves that it's failing. We saw this happen with Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. I mean, my God, the amount of comments that I would get about Suicide Squad in my YouTube videos telling me that I'm wrong, telling me that I'm a hater.
Couldn't get out of the fucking water.
Telling me the game is doing fine, telling me that everybody's playing this
Slows
game.
you
Just, I
down.
don't want to admit it. Blah, blah, blah. All this cope, all this absolute nonsense. And the game is dead. The game is dead. Why? Because you guys didn't want to see the writing on the wall, and you didn't actually want to help the game in any sort of way whatsoever. That's the hilarious thing. You were willing to play it broken. You were willing to play it with subpar content. You were willing to play it without actually telling the developers, hey, what you're doing is kind of dumb, right? You were willing to do it all. The shills were willing to do it all, just so long as the chuds didn't get a victory. That's really what it was about. They didn't want to admit that we were right, so they were willing to deal with all the nonsense, just so they didn't have to admit that we were right. Well, guess what? The game died anyway, and it's because
The upside
you
on
really, it's because you didn't
gold
wanna
as
be
well,
honest
right?
with the game itself. And let's be real, it's also the developer's
If you
fault. But I'm just
shatter
going in
them,
circles
they'll
here.
never
The
have.
Dragon Age the Veilguard
They
has
won't
already
drop
been
anything on the
some
floor.
rather
They don't blow
sizable
up.
sales
None of that
that, while
nonsense.
great for purchasers, can be a bad sign for the future of the franchise. You know what's also great too? That numbers over on SteamDB didn't go up at all, right? It went up barely. I think it went up like maybe 500 to 1,000, even after the sale of $39.99. So the game's on sale for $39.99, and they only gained a couple of hundred concurrent players in a 24-hour period. That's it. I mean, the game is clearly not selling, even if it goes on sale. People don't care. They do not care. So it says, at this point, the Veilguard hasn't even been out for a full 2 months. As such, most AAA games that are this new still tend to retail for the full price that they released at. For Dragon Age the Veilguard, though, this hasn't been true for a couple of weeks now, which would suggest that Electronic Arts is quickly trying to recoup its investment
No
in
shit.
the title in lieu of struggling sales. At the time of this writing, Dragon Age the Veilguard has received some substantial price cuts across different marketplaces, bringing the game to $39.99 or lower.
I
While
swear,
some of
all of
these
this is making me want to play
games are
Software Inc. so
very
much more.
holiday sales that are happening
Fuck.
to close out
Hashtag
2024.
soon.
Others seem to simply be new price points for the Veilguard that may stick around in perpetuity. Since early December, many retailers have been selling the newest Dragon Age game for $49.99 across PS5 and Xbox, which is a
How
major
that
discount
not
to
hit
push
me?
out
I
period
don't
4
know.
weeks after its release. So anytime you see something like this happen, like I said earlier in the video, if you see something like this happen, a AAA game that is supposed to go for full price, and you see it go on sale for $49.99 almost immediately,
Yeah.
you know there's a problem.
It's going
right?
bad.
And then if you see it go on sale for even further than that, then you know there's definitely a problem. And people are trying to say, well, it's the winter Steam sale. That's why. No, absolutely not. That's
Yeah.
cool. Because there are games right now that just came out that are not discounted for the winter Steam sale. And if they are, it's like $5. So you guys are absolutely coping if you think that the half price is because of the winter Steam
In
sale.
no way that's
or
because of
just
the
winter
Steam sale.
sales in general. That's absolutely insane.
That's
not
just
how
the
it goes
excuse.
for a brand new AAA game. The game's not even out for 2 months, bro. And you mean to tell me it's going to go down to $39.99? I guarantee you it stays at $39.99 going into the next year. I guarantee it. While those interested in buying Dragon Age, the Veilguard surely don't mind this lower cost. We typically only see price cuts like this for games that aren't performing well. As such, the implication here is that Veilguard is struggling to sell at a large quantity at its standard $69.99 value. I was thinking of ABF for a second, which has prompted EA to slash its value by a considerable amount in an attempt to move more units. Whether or not this strategy will work isn't yet known, but it's still a bad sign for a game that is so new. And it is. It is. And the numbers
Weak
speak
to
for
gold,
itself.
right?
I mean, again, guys,
There's
we
no
have
way he's
seen
not.
a multitude of different examples of games like this just absolutely getting cooked, and it's simply because they don't want to admit that the game is bad. Like the players don't want to admit that the game is bad, the ones that are shilling for this game, and the developers damn sure are not going to admit that they messed up. We've already seen them blaming us, right? They're blaming YouTubers for the reason why the game died. They're blaming Gamergators. They're blaming, you know, right-wing chuds. I'm trying to think of all the buzzwords that they have for essentially accountability, right? Because they don't want to be held accountable for why the game fails. They don't want to be held accountable for why it's doing bad. So all of these buzzwords are just very big and long ways of saying, hey, we're not accountable for this. That's really all it is. So the reason that the performance of Dragon Age the Veilguard is worth monitoring is because BioWare's previous releases, prior to the Veilguard, BioWare released Mass Effect Andromeda and Anthem, both of which didn't reach expectations commercially and critically. Because of these past failures, more stress was placed on BioWare to deliver a high-quality product with Dragon Age the Veilguard. And while the Veilguard was largely met with positive response from critics, the sales don't seem to have done what EA wants at this point.
Yeah, but nobody cares what critics have to say because they're out of touch. Retards.
Love this game so much. Gee, I wonder why the journalists are out there giving this game a 9 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10 and barely playing the game themselves. Gee, I wonder why all of this is happening. I can only guess as to why. So
I don't know why there's a stick point
interesting
here.
to see what those in charge at EA opt to do with BioWare if the
Makes no
studio fails
sense.
to meet commercial expectations
Why?
for its third game in a row. While it's unlikely to do anything drastic yet, EA has shut down some of its other studios in the past, but far less. Much of BioWare's future seems to hinge around how Dragon Age the Veilguard would do at market, and if it's ultimately a commercial failure, it will place even more pressure on the upcoming Mass Effect game. So here's the problem.
Oh, dude,
right?
Mass
I
Effect
don't
is
believe
done, bro.
that this
That's
next
cooked.
Mass Effect game
Forget
is
about
gonna
it.
be good. I just don't, because considering what they've been doing, like the article said, for the last 3 games, I just don't see how this game can
With that
perform
dev
well.
team,
I just
it's
don't see how
done.
it can be made with the love and the
It's
time
never
and
even
respect
got, it
that
never
it
even
needs
got
to
off
be
the
made
ground.
with.
All
I
right.
just don't see it, right? The patterns don't show me that this is going to be a high likely outcome. I am very much in the low likely outcome camp for Mass Effect's upcoming game. I just don't see how it's going to be made in any way, especially, I mean, look at what we got, right? I want people to understand, look at what we got. And let's genuinely sit here and look at Dragon Age Veilguard and say, yup, I'm excited for Mass Effect 4. I'm excited for Mass Effect 5, whatever they're going to call it. Yep, I'm excited for that. Nobody's excited for that, bro. Nobody's excited for this game because it's very clear that this is absolute fucking nonsense that we've been experiencing over the last 3 games with Anthem, and then you have Dragon Age the Veilguard as well, and Mass Effect Andromeda. Nobody really liked that game that much. So, I mean, what are we doing?
It was
What are we
alright.
honestly doing here with BioWare and EA?
Bug is
let's
fucking
be real.
very
Like
undercooked,
the article
though.
said, EA has closed down studios for much less. Much less. And at this point, EA is only keeping around BioWare because of the namesake alone. They feel like BioWare as a name is worth more to them around than closed down. But that's only going to last until the next Mass Effect game. If the next Mass Effect game comes out and it bombs, I think BioWare is absolutely cooked. 100%. So anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching this video. Hope you did enjoy it. If you did, consider leaving me a subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it. Don't forget to like the video, comment, let me know what you thought, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Hypnotic out.
A number of years ago, Todd Howard sat down during the summertime with Jeff Keighley and talked about his vision for the Elder Scrolls 6. One of the core things that he brought up at the time was the need for the studio to have a technological leap that just wasn't available at the time.
Sorry, let's stay topical. Although that was kind of topical without Howard Race Gaming. Still technically.
Alyssa Mercante is in the news once again, being publicly humiliated by the Moon Studios director.
Again, I just want to point out
steps in
he
to a
got sued by her
conversation
over all of
and
these
starts
these
outright
videos.
attacking him. What's going
Defamation.
on, guys? Welcome to another episode of Smash JT, and this is next level unhinged. What Alyssa Mercante goes off on this rant trying to take down this studio director because for whatever reason, which I didn't even get out of this, she was trying to take him down, trying to claim things about him, saying these awful things, calling him awful names, but not really giving a reason as to why he's that awful, except for, it was tough studio conditions. He tried his best, but sometimes there are disagreements in the office. And that doesn't fly with someone like Alyssa. She has to get her way and let everyone know what a raging lunatic she is. Hit that subscribe, give me a like, and check out SmashJT.com for the full and extremely exhaustive article going through every single screenshot, information, all the stuff I could find from this exchange because it was extremely extensive. going through multiple people, conversations, and everything that was taking place there. So if you're interested in getting the long version of what I'm going over in this video, check it out. It's in the link below. In a viral social media exchange, Alyssa Mercante, an activist from Kotaku, known for her misleading takes, lawsuit threats, and contacting my wife trying to get us divorced, among a laundry list of other personal attacks she's made on the entire video game community at large, recently found herself dismantled by no one other than Thomas Mahler, the director behind Ori and the Blind Forest and Ori and the Will of the Wisps. Two excellent games. If you haven't played them, definitely check them out. They're good along the lines of Metroidvanias, but a lot more in-depth. Great graphics, amazing storyline. I enjoyed them immensely. What started out as a heated online interaction quickly evolved into an outright schooling by Mahler, whose calm, composed response stood in stark contrast to Mercante's rude and extremely confrontational approach. But before we even get to Alyssa
Damn,
and
speed
the
up, big
exchange
boy.
that she had with him, we need to go back to the very beginning of this to give the full picture of exactly what transpired from a user by the name of Quaylog, or Quahog? Anyways, this person apparently claimed to take this high horse standing ground of I am better than everyone because I worked on the games in the game industry at Xbox and Ori, and I know all about these games because I worked on them. But turns out she didn't. Before ultimately going private, Quaylog wrote on Twitter, "Hey new folks, I'm Ray. I work in the gaming industry in UX R&D and game production." Straight up, outright lie, by the way, right off the bat, that Alyssa Mercante tries to go bat for and defend, but we'll get to that in a second. This person lies through their teeth multiple times as to what their position is in the game industry, what they do in respect to it, and how they work in it, because everything they said really isn't what they do. I worked on various software and hardware for the Xbox. I now work as an independent media producer and had the privilege of working on the Dota Internationals 2023 and other gaming media projects. This person just straight up lied about their resume because no, they didn't work in the game industry, especially to the level and length that she says she did here. Someone must have alerted Thomas because he replied to her saying, "Hey, I'm the director behind both Ori games and I don't know who you are and how you are affiliated with Ori." Like he's
When the
calling her
boss calls
straight
you
up,
out,
like,
ooh.
"You said you worked on these games and you're in the game industry, but I'm the director of the studio and I've never heard of you before. I worked with Xbox user research. I was the URA for global publishing during 2018 to 2020.
So she did
nice
nothing.
to meet you." Acting like, "Oh yeah, no, I did work on the game. You might not have noticed, but I actually worked in the research department with Microsoft with this game, so we probably didn't cross paths." What is the user research project that she worked on? Well, according to her own LinkedIn, and shout out to Wizards of OGL for finding this, she worked as a telemarketer for the user research project manager. So, I mean, she made some outbound calls trying to find out research and information about people in the gaming community on what games would be prioritized and what they like. I think, like, what the hell did you even do?
Oh,
She
I
also
should have
tweeted
seen that.
before ultimately deleting because
Wow, that
she was
instantly
caught in
murdered
yet
me.
another lie saying,
Shit.
"Yep, I worked with Xbox user research / Deb Henderson." Thomas Mahler wrote back, "That could explain it. I didn't want to cause any trouble. I just saw you posting that you worked on Ori and I had no idea who you are. Since you're calling people names online, I thought it was important to inform people that you never actually worked for Moon Studios and that you didn't ever directly engage with anyone at Moon. Always nice to meet people, Ray, even those you disagree with."
Always be
Which,
nice to people.
honestly,
He read that
you
wrong.
couldn't have said it nicer if you tried. Apparently, this person, Quaylog, had been going off talking about how people at Moon Studios are terrible, and she worked there, and she knew people, and she was saying awful things about them. And Tom was just trying to clear the air, like, "We don't know who you are. You're saying these awful things about us, and then you're also saying you represent us when you're straight up lying about it." Saying she worked on the game when she was a telemarketer is what Mad Cat Lad wrote on Twitter. "I grew apples that eventually became freeze-dried food for the astronauts. I'm a rocket scientist."
Yeah.
Pointing out just how utterly ridiculous it was that she said
But
she
he's like-
worked on the game when she had nothing
fuck.
to do with it. Enter Alyssa Mercante.
He was like, polite, right? He's polite but destroyed her. You know what I mean? Like polite.
With the first thing she says, "You're a dickhead." Why would you start out with that? First off, because I feel like his responses were quite measured and they weren't aggressive or rude whatsoever. He was just trying to make sure that people didn't confuse someone talking crap about his company with someone who actually worked in his company. To which Thomas Mahler replied to Alyssa, "I don't know who you are." Which is classic because this probably broke Alyssa. She probably thinks everyone knows me. I'm friends with Jeff Keighley. I rub shoulders with everyone in the game industry. I'm a big deal when it comes to Giant Bomb Couch. You guys maybe saw me on that. I got kind of internet famous, and now I'm trying to recapture that by attacking people again right now. You don't know me? Alyssa tried to clap back with, "Maybe you forgot," and clipped what looked to be an article from a past Kotaku post saying, "Mahler sometimes argued with the veterans that he brought in, and he changed his mind about the decisions they made and would overrule them. Mahler would also forget about the agreements and then argue for the opposite to happen. And that impacted the work of multiple people," multiple developers said. So,
I thought he was gonna stampede.
fair enough. Maybe Mahler made a few mistakes. Maybe he said something and changed his mind. Okay, I don't know Mahler. He could be the nicest guy in the world. Could be the most awful developer in the world. Honestly, based off of Ori and how great the games were, I'm leaning towards he's a good developer. Probably clashes with people once in a while to try to make the best product possible. So that's kind of what happens in game development. But an activist wouldn't know that. Mahler then took way more time than anybody could ever expect to be cordial with Alyssa, because she hasn't earned this, but as he explained later, he had some free time to address the situation and took full advantage of it. And honestly, this is the biggest and best roast I've seen in a very long time. Hey Alyssa, you're apparently a journalist from Kotaku, so I'm guessing you haven't worked in actual game development. Let me try to explain the thing that you posted about, which I'm guessing was from that hit piece from a few years back. Oh, a hit piece from Kotaku? You don't say. Yes, I'm guilty of what's stated in that image, and that's okay, because this is the normal creative process. Holy crap, that is what we call, Alyssa, listen up and try to take a note here if you have your book out. Accountability. He made some mistakes. He said I could have been better. That's me. What you said there, that happened. And I'm owning it, and I'm trying to be better for it. What an absolute Chad. We brought lots of veterans into Moon because generally, great people want to get the opportunity to work on great projects. And that's our goal at Moon. We always set out to create the kind of games we'd love to play ourselves that fill some hole in the market because for some reason, these holes haven't been filled yet. And so we're all incredibly passionate about what we do. With great talent comes lots of enthusiasm and passion, which absolutely leads to arguments because ultimately everyone is working hard on getting their vision into the game. But also, everyone at Moon understands that we're working together as a team. So the point of these arguments is then to try to convince each other why this or that solution would be the best thing for the game we're making. And the best solution ought to win. Sounds like a very base developer trying to make the best game possible, and clashing with people is part of the experience in game development.
I gotta do
Again,
it now,
as he
guys.
roasted
I'm
her
swapping
right off the
over.
bat, she's never worked in game development. She has no idea what the environment is. I have, by the way. Well, at least in quality assurance. And sure, I've had my disagreements with people on the team there, and we hashed it out. We tried to figure out, oh, that's a bug. Well, it could be a bug, but it's also a feature if we look at it from this specific angle. Yes, there were situations like that, and I even brought some of those directly to the developers, sat with them, and talked about them. These situations happen in game development. But again, Alyssa is an activist. She's not someone that has a care or passion for how a game actually gets made. She cares more about the activist portion of it, that everyone's being treated nicely and holding hands and singing Kumbaya, and then magically a game gets born. Mahler continues, it is often a chaotic process, but it's controlled chaos. And yes, absolutely, every now and then, I have to put my foot down and set the direction. Because I'm the game director, and ultimately, it's my responsibility to ensure that everyone knows where things are headed and that decisions get made. And yes, it also happened that I agreed to a certain decision, playtested some more, and changed the direction after. Again, to me, this is part of the normal process since things get clearer and clearer, the more stuff gets...
So, I played a little bit yesterday, but I'm gonna restart. I have no idea how to play this game, right? So, it's gonna go janky as fuck.
It's implemented, and the more we play and test. Which again goes back to the development process of a game. It's not just you walk in and magically the game happens. You have to clash. That's part of the problem with the journalism today, is they just expect everyone to be perfectly happy at the company and nobody have any confusion or frustration or challenges to say, hey, what you're doing might not be the best direction. And this toxic positivity environment that they've created is exactly why a lot of games have started to suck, because everyone's afraid to stand up for themselves and say, wait a second, why are we doing this with this game? Gamers aren't actually going to like that. We don't need to virtue signal to them. Let's make it good. To me, all this is just how creative work happens. It can be painful, but my job, like any good director, is to understand what's going on and make sure the right decisions get made, even if some work might get rendered useless in the process. See here, even Miyamoto is guilty of that, and he talks about the upending the table situation, which is a fascinating resource, which again, check out smashjt.com for the full link of all this stuff. I'll go through it with that in that article there. But he goes into great length and great details explaining to Alyssa why she has absolutely no concept of how a game gets made, but yet she's trying to tell this guy why he's wrong. A few years back, we hired some folks that didn't really fit our culture, so we had to part ways with them. And then this article happened. Wasn't a great feeling to see some ex-Moon folks talk badly behind our backs, but ultimately it just made it clear that these folks shouldn't have worked at Moon in the first place, and I hope they're happier now wherever they landed. I don't know why you're out here cursing out game developers and what your whole deal is, but I hope that gave you some insight into the creative process and its messiness and beauty. I hope you have a nice day. Yours, Dickhead, which is probably the best ending to a long note I have seen ever. Like, by titling himself what she tried to attack him with was the perfect full circle connection that Alyssa could not have a response to. Fully embracing her attacks and being like,
we're not gonna fall into
call
this
me
trap
this
because I'm gonna
name,
be here for an
and
hour.
This is why you're pigeonholing me into this circumstance, and I'm just gonna own it and be like, okay, you think I'm that? Sure. Here's why you're completely wrong about everything, and you're an embarrassment to the entire video game industry. The whole entire exchange highlights a very significant issue in the game industry: the gigantic gap between journalism and game development. Mercante's extremely rude approach didn't stand a chance against Mahler's calm, educated, and experienced explanation of how real game development actually works. This is why activists posing as journalists need to move on to another career. They are hurting the entire video game industry by attacking the very devs that are making great games just to prop themselves up and get attention, or in this case, starting with someone that was pretending that they worked in the industry and pretending that they had more experience in it, to use that as a platform to leap from and trying to get a higher position where they have no business even being there in the first place. And Mahler did a great job putting all of these people in their place. And if you haven't yet, check out Moon Studios and start favoriting some of these games and download them or purchase them, because you know what? This is the kind of developer that deserves the community's support. Someone that stands up for the gamers and, more importantly, the game themselves, the integrity of the game they're putting together, and not letting that get compromised by an outsider that has no idea what the hell's going on in the first place. Anyways, I'm gonna leave it there. Again, the article has a lot more information, all the screenshots that I could find before everyone started privating their accounts and taking this stuff offline, because a lot of the stuff came down. I saw it happening in real time today. I'm like, oh man, this is a situation. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for watching. If you like what I'm doing, please consider hitting that join button, and as always, you stay smashing.
Let's find more of these videos. Oh, here where she's destroying evidence.
What are you doing, Alyssa? I don't understand. These tweets that you had, you're deleting them. These These are very incriminating tweets that are exposing exactly why I was saying what I was saying, covering the situations, and talking about you. The very tweets that I planned on using in the lawsuit that you are coming at me with, you're now proactively deleting. I'm pretty sure that's illegal, but I know, I'm no lawyer. What's going on, guys? Welcome to another episode.
I don't know
of
what to
Smash
take in
TV.
any of this stuff.
Alyssa Mercante has been caught red-handed deleting tweets en masse. Lots and lots of tweets and lots of damage control. And it's not just her. It's people that run in
guys
her
on-
circle
there's surely
are
there's
all
guys.
going in full damage control right now.
Give me some
deleting
information.
Tons of tweets everywhere. And huge
But there's
shout
a
out
lot
to
of guys.
Hypnotic for
Nice.
finding this on Saturday Night Hypnosis, exposing it. We talked about it. And the other day, I talked to Ron Coleman on Valiant Renegades channel discussing this very thing. And Ron had some very interesting things to say about how this isn't necessarily a good idea. Hit that subscribe, give me a like, and check out SmashJT.com for the full article breaking down how Alyssa Mercante has been caught red-handed deleting tweets completely from her ex profile and pretending like she never said anything wrong along the way. It's a really weird thing to do when the whole premise of your lawsuit is to say you're being harassed by someone, and the person you're harassing is saying all they did was talk about your tweets. The same tweets that you're deleting. Former Kotaku senior editor Alyssa Mercante has recently filed a lawsuit against me for covering her disgraced role in the video game industry, and she has now been caught red-handed deleting tweets in bulk, as revealed by Social Blade.
There's a
The timing
workshop
of
and
this
stuff as well,
aggressive
apparently.
digital purge couldn't be more suspicious, given her recently filed lawsuit against me that heavily focuses on defamation claims. It all raises serious questions about her motivations behind her actions and the legal implications that deleting these tweets would actually carry. And again, like I said in the beginning of this was caught by Hypnotic on Saturday Night Hypnosis. And when we found out about it, our minds were blown.
Alyssa Mercante very clearly is in damage control because she has deleted the most amount of tweets she's ever deleted, and that would be today, where she has deleted 29 more tweets. Over the last couple of days, she's been deleting tweets, and I want you guys to keep in mind, she tweets about 20 to 40 times a day, so if it shows negative 29 here, it actually means she's deleted more than that. It's just because you got to remember, there's a plus 20 in here somewhere, so she's actually deleted about 40 some odd tweets, give or take, and we're also going to throw something else in the pot, because why not?
Capping that,
Yeah, screen cap that. She can't get Social Blade taken down.
Say what you want about me. I'm sure there are plenty of people out there that don't like me and don't like my approach of covering the game industry. I get that. I'm not going to make everybody happy. But what Alyssa is doing right here, I don't care what side you fall on everything. If you have any kind of ethical or moral values in your life, taking a step back and looking at what's transpiring right now doesn't really paint a great picture
I have no idea,
of
dude.
what Alyssa is. Many YouTubers, including myself, have critiqued Alyssa's behavior and her contributions to the gaming industry, to put it nicely. Her past tweets range from crass admissions about contacting my wife, trying to disrupt our marriage, to how she allegedly entered the game industry and stating that she got into it by quote-unquote sucked dick. And she's had similar abhorrent remarks, painting a troubling picture about her public persona, things that I was talking about in my videos. All of these tweets are gone, deleted, not existing anymore on her ex profile, which is weird because you can still subpoena them and bring them up. They're never gone forever, and there are plenty of people that have these saved everywhere. And I've had people come to me and be like, oh, well, she was joking about that and you took it serious. And I'm like, how do you know I wasn't joking about it? Like, that's the whole thing. She's the one putting it out there. And to me, based off the sheer amount of tweets focusing heavily on this area and painting her in not the greatest light, in my humble opinion, I decided to form an opinion about it and talk about how I feel like this is denigrating the entire video game industry. And for some reason, she took exception to that and now wants to sue me, and then realizes, oh wait, maybe I am an awful person. I need to get rid of this evidence. Unsurprisingly, her poor public-facing behavior has garnered significant backlash from the gaming community on the whole, with many creators reacting to her posts and discussing how figures like her have negatively contributed to the industry's poor reputation. In response, Mercante now has somehow claimed offense to this coverage and plays the victim card once again by singling me out, even though, once again, a lot of different creators were covering a lot of different things she said, For some reason, she just took an obsession with me.
How do I get rid of this
What we
one?
can see here is Alyssa just
Or is it 'cause
cannot
this?
stop obsessing over Jeff. And that's love, man. And I think that's beautiful in a way.
Now, with the sudden deletion of so many of these incriminating tweets, it looks like she's
I'm
attempting
confused.
to erase the very evidence that exposed her own hypocrisy. And I know, we're all shocked. But does anyone really expect anything different from somebody who's shown all along the way that they are full of non-ethical behavior and doing what many with good morals would claim to be not the right decision? Sure, this falls right in line with that. Deleting tweets amid ongoing legal disputes is not just questionable, but could also be extremely illegal. On a recent Valiant Renegade stream, I discussed this matter directly with my lawyer, Ron Coleman, and oh boy did he have some things to say about what she's doing right now.
What kind of response do you have mentally when you see this happening, when you see someone caught in the act of
Let me pull this up.
actively deleting evidence, putting things in a shredder, metaphorically?
I'm so
what are you
fucking
thinking when you
confused,
see
bro.
that transpiring?
Well, I'm a little bit reluctant to get specific, but as a general rule, if you delete social media content without preserving it properly, which does not mean taking a screenshot, because when you take once you delete a post on social media, in most cases, you're also deleting replies, quote tweets, retweets, DMs sent perhaps by you, perhaps by others, with the tweet in it. You're removing one link from a very long chain, which could be of evidentiary significance. There are also, sometimes it does make sense to delete a tweet because it may, if someone is alleging that you have harmed them with
Best
a tweet,
Steam personality
it may
is
make sense
probably
if you
mean
preserve
slash
it
snobs, but this is
properly
like 7 years
to
ago.
delete it so that you can not be accused of continuing the damage that you're being accused of doing. And there are ways to do that without necessarily acknowledging wrongdoing. On the other hand, if you are accusing someone else of doing harm and suddenly you are deleting tweets, that's going to raise some interesting questions. Because no one's
seems to make
accusing you of
sense.
doing harm with your tweet. It almost looks as if you are trying to remove context and perhaps proof of facts that could be relevant to the claim. In defamation, context, especially in the internet, is really important. So when you remove context, at the very least, you're going to have to explain why. And as we put it in legal circles, not a great plan.
Yeah, right. Not a great plan.
Coleman then went on to talk about further on X.
Can I
about
not, like,
just how
I
bad this
just
is,
wanna
showing
choose
backup
myself.
proof in
Is that
law
not possible?
terms what she's doing and how this could affect her. Ron Coleman on X said, "People are asking me about what happens when a litigant destroys social media evidence. And yes, it's what you think." And he follows that up with a thread providing screenshots, evidence, and more information regarding what exactly
here we go.
this could mean if this ever did get to trial. And everything he brings up here is very bad news for Alyssa. According to Coleman, the deletion of tweets that could serve as evidence in a legal case could be considered obstruction of justice, a serious offense with federal implications. It makes you wonder, is she really this stupid? Or does she just not care? Because what she's doing right now
The only difference is the tax rate.
irresponsible when you push a lawsuit on someone. You don't do this. Interestingly enough, Mercante isn't the only one deleting tweets.
Let's start on
mass.
easy,
As
right? 'Cause
discovered
I've
by
got no
Hypnotic
fucking
and
idea.
exposed on a live episode of Saturday Night Hypnosis, other industry figures like Kim Belair, the CEO of Sweet Baby Inc., Ash Parrish, a writer for The Verge, and even the organization Black Girl Gamers have been caught deleting tweets at an extremely alarming rate, sometimes hundreds in a single day. All of this coinciding with the lawsuit being filed against me. It's very curious timing, to say the least. especially when you start diving into how these people have a background being connected to each other behind the scenes. They're buddy-buddy, and they're trying to protect each other.
Considering that Black Girl Gamers attacked one of my videos on my secondary channel, I find it extremely interesting that they deleted a massive amount of tweets leading up to about...
Wow, buddy!
They've deleted I think Ron Coleman should know about this. They deleted about 449 tweets over the last 30 days. Why they would do that? Don't really know, but
These people are nefarious, like what they're doing right now. They're coming in with an angle that is not a pure intention. This is a very negative angle that they're taking.
The synchronized nature of all these deletions raises eyebrows. What exactly are they trying to hide? Is this an orchestrated effort to shield themselves from scrutiny, or a response to potential legal challenges on the horizon? I'm no judge, but it seems extremely likely that what they're doing right now isn't a good thing.
Find it to be very interesting.
Please
so let's
don't
talk
tell me
about
it's what I think it is.
Because their Twitter profile is private, and it's Ash Parrish.
Yep.
I knew it. I knew it.
Whoa. Ash Parrish has been deleting.
Ooh, I don't know what the thing is a negative one. I do have to take them, so.
Dozens and dozens of tweets.
How much work this takes to do this methodically.
Bro, look at that, 55 in one day. Go back down, just 55 in one day. Up there.
That's in addition to what she's tweeted, so it's probably more than that. Wow.
It's way more than that.
Yeah.
They're deleting, over the last week or two, they've been deleting tweets left and right.
The situation highlights a much broader issue within the entire game industry. The continued and ongoing serious lack of any accountability among prominent figures. When public personalities make controversial statements and then later attempt to erase them without taking any responsibility, it fosters a growing mistrust and damages the credibility of the entire video game industry on the whole. This is exactly what I and so
Can be good at
many other
everything.
people
True,
out there
but I need to know
to bring gaming back
which is the
to the
least
gamers
worst.
and take away this reprehensible behavior by key
Because
industry figures.
apparently with this right here, I can put this guy on 10-hour shifts. So
people to trust.
super
Melissa
capacitor
Mercante,
only.
this
Let's go.
incident isn't surprising at all, coming from her. It adds yet another layer of complexity to her already beyond questionable reputation that she continues to create for herself. Her attempts to erase the past are not only futile, but also extremely incriminating, painting her as someone unwilling to own up to her own actions, while at the same time attacking and lashing out at others with lawsuits for daring to bring attention to the very actions that she herself have done. The mass deletions of tweets by Alyssa Mercante and her peers tell me that there's way more to the story than meets the eye. Whether it's an attempt to hide evidence, silence critics, or prepare for future legal battles, one thing is certain. The game industry's self-appointed gatekeepers are feeling the heat. And in the long run, they
can't really
will
find much
crumble.
about the negative
And as
traits.
this ridiculousness unfolds,
Bad
it's
traits.
important for all of us to continue to hold people in the game industry accountable for their actions, both past and present. Transparency and honesty are the bedrock of the industry's credibility, and the gaming world is no exception by any stretch. Deleting tweets won't erase the truth. It only makes people question more. And we all see what you're doing, Alyssa. You aren't fooling anyone. Anyways, I'm going to leave it there. If you guys want more information, check out smashjt.com for the full article, screenshots, references. Shout out to Hypnotic Saturday Hypnosis for bringing this up to my attention. And shout out to Ron Coleman for telling everyone how bad this really is for Alyssa. I don't know what the hell she thinks she's doing, but this is not how you go about a lawsuit with someone. You're doing
I'm
the
thinking
complete
snail pace,
wrong
maybe?
thing, in my humble opinion. I'm going to leave it there. If you guys appreciate what I'm doing, hit that join button. Thank you so
He
much
never
for
has
watching. As
to
always,
move,
stay
right?
smashing.
He doesn't need breaks. He doesn't need. I'm pretty sure the tutorial told me that.
As most of you already know, Alyssa Mercante, the former senior editor of Kotaku that
Look at-
left on her own volition, but then apparently left because she was forced out, according to the lawsuit. I don't know. I can't make sense of her because she's lying somewhere with what she's telling people, but regardless of that, she's no longer at Kotaku.
Look how
For some
advanced this
reason,
goes.
Her long-standing obsession with me covering the professional video game industry with my professional coverage has taken it to a whole new level. It's now not just, oh, he's saying things that I don't like. It's he's harassing me, and now I'm going to sue him because that's gonna teach him. And oh, by the way, I'm
nuts.
gonna make money off of this. What's going on, guys? Welcome to another episode of Smash JT. The situation has taken a turn that I could have never imagined, and that is the entire community coming together and not just meeting the goal of what I needed to pay Ron Coleman initially for this lawsuit, but completely blowing it out of the water. Initially for the Give Sun Go, I made a video talking about the situation. I made a tweet out there, and I had a lot of people in the community leading up to it saying, how can we help? We want to fund this for you. We want to put our money where our mouth is. We want to make sure that we stand for free speech and what's right in the game industry. And I was like, wow, okay, there's a lot of people that want to come together on this. Great, okay. Maybe I can get a few bucks on it and put it towards it alongside the money that I have saved up, and we can try to fight this. And what happened after that, I could have never been prepared for. Hit that subscribe, give me a like, and check out smashjt.com for the full article talking about how now there are haters coming out of the woodwork that are just coping and seething with outrageous levels of jealousy that I would have never thought to see, but I shouldn't be surprised knowing with what we're dealing with out of some of these people. But before we even get to the haters, we need to talk about what's going on with the Give Send Go, because holy crap, this was blown out of the water. Like I said, initially it was a $25,000 request that I was hoping we could somewhat come close to. And as of recording this video, we're approaching double that. The Give Send Go account is upwards of nearly $50,000 in less than what, 2 days? Like, what? That is absolutely bonkers. How many people have come forward, put their money where their mouth is, and says, yeah, we're not having any of this. We're here to back you, and if you need more, we'll be here for you at that point as well. And I genuinely cannot thank you guys enough. People I don't even know. No one's even asking for money back. They're not asking for anything in return. They're just coming up anonymously, dropping hundreds of dollars, sometimes in some cases thousands of dollars at a time, not even putting their name down because they know the injustice that is happening here. And I'm just like filled with a lot of emotion because that is something I take very seriously. I don't want to just play around with people's money. Like when it comes to this kind of thing, I want to make sure I do it fully transparent, and I'm keeping you guys posted with what's transpiring along the way because you are in this with me and I am just maybe the figurehead of it, but this is a battle that is far bigger than just me. I posted to Twitter for full transparency and gigantic thank you to the entire community. The first payment has been made to Ron Coleman in the amount of $25,000. While we don't know how far this case will go at present, this is the initial amount requested. Again, huge thank you to those who have already donated. If interested and contributed further, and I link the Give Send Go account there and then post a screenshot of the actual receipt that I received from paying Ron Coleman's law firm, the Dillon Law Group, and this was a one-time payment thus far of $25,000. And holy crap, guys, again, I cannot thank you enough. I don't know if I'd be able to do this without you, and I genuinely mean that. I was gonna try. I was definitely gonna try. I wasn't just gonna lay down and take it. I was gonna try, but I didn't know if I'd be able to really do it or how far I'd get with it. But now with the community behind me, I feel extremely empowered, and there's nothing that's going to stop us. The response to the defense fund has been nothing short of insane. Within less than 3 hours of tweeting the campaign, the $25,000 goal was completely smashed. By the time I uploaded the video explaining the situation, the campaign already surpassed half that mark. Like, I tweeted out, hey, this is what I'm making a video on, this is what's going on, here's the link if you guys want to like get started on circulating this, that'd be cool.
What?
And I got to work on making a video, and by the time I uploaded that video, it was already like almost past the halfway point of the initial request. That blew my mind and proves to everyone that this is something much bigger than just me. As of recording this right now, the goal of $25,000 has been completely smashed. We're now at nearly $50,000. The generosity and support from so many of you has left me genuinely moved. From the countless anonymous donors to YouTube channels of all sizes covering the situation far and wide, the outpouring of support and solidarity has been overwhelming. And I genuinely
Should I use that? I have no
enough.
fucking
And I know I've
idea.
already said that like 30 times already, but I mean it. I really mean it. I don't know what I would do without you. While I'm optimistic that this $25,000 will cover the cost for at least now, especially if the anti-slap motion is approved and Alyssa's lawsuit is dismissed outright, which it should be, but lawsuits are inherently unpredictable. And with overwhelming support from major content creators and personalities in the gaming sphere, many influencers have advised me that I keep the fundraiser active right now to ensure that we're prepared for any potential escalations. Because if that does happen, this could quickly skyrocket way beyond what it's even at right now. Because I think
I'm just gonna leave
anybody
that. I have
that's
no
ever had
fucking
a
idea
run-in with a legal
what that does.
issue and lawsuits would tell you that they're not cheap. And $25,000
For me,
is typically
specifically.
just the getting started price to get this thing tossed out. If it doesn't get tossed out, holy crap, strap in, because we're in for a big fight. But then we get to the haters of Smash JT and defenders of Alyssa Mercante, like Nick Calandra, among many other creators out there, who have of course predictably taken to social media to attack the fund and insult you, the gamers, the very people who have donated, because of course, this is what people in the industry love to do. Point the finger at the people that are buying the products? Yeah, it's been working out pretty well the past, I don't know, 6 months. Nick Calandra on Blue Sky. Alyssa is finally suing Smash JT, and he's running to GoFundMe to raise money for his legal fees and using his kids' college money to pay for it as of now. LOL. Like, okay, well, great journalism you got there, Nick Calandra. First off, no, I didn't go to GoFundMe this time because we had a run-in with you guys trying to take that down last time with the initial C&D that she sent me. So we're now over at Give, Send, Go, and it's been a much more pleasant experience, and you guys have no power there, and it's great. Everyone is just being able to contribute, and there's no fear about you guys being able to take it down. And then he follows it up with, oh, I made fun of Smash and the people giving him money. I deleted it later, but they had already seen it and made a video from it apparently. They take being insulted and throwing their money away very seriously. I mean, don't you, Nick? Every time you quote-unquote feel like you've been insulted, you spurg out, run to social media, and scream, Mommy, Mommy, they're making fun of me! Instead of taking a step back and just let it happen. Let people who want to spend their money in a place that they feel like is a right cause, to let them spend their money the way they want to. Why do these people always try to control how people spend their money, how they make their decisions, where they're allowed to go, what they're allowed to talk about, where they're allowed to post? Why are they so all about control? It's really fascinating.
This episode we'll be talking about Smash JT's Go Send Go campaign. Here's my money for the war effort. I hate that woman with every cell in my body. So let's just few the gamers that are giving money to Smash JT, and in the end, those people are the losers. All that money could be spent for something more productive, something better in their lives.
But it doesn't stop at Nick Calandra. There's plenty of other people I've seen on social media, and even some very concerning posts on YouTube, specifically after Alyssa pushed my address out there and doxed me and my family for all to see. We're getting comments like the Rexer Show publicly stating, LMAO, this is great, and now I know Smash's address. Haha, I was just going to wait until I saw Trash JT in person to make fun of him and ask him about the video he did on me, but now, ... I don't know, the Rexer Show. I make a lot of videos on a lot of people giving my opinions and feelings and thoughts of situations. This almost sounds like a direct threat that you're planning on coming to my house, which should go without saying, but common sense isn't so common these days. Do not come to my house, okay? Very bad things could happen if that transpires, and I'd rather not have that happen. But this is the kind of stuff that I'm dealing with now that Alyssa has doxed my address. People feel very empowered and comfortable publicly talking about it. This is why you don't do stuff like that. But Alyssa already knows that, and that's why she did it. They can keep trying to intimidate, keep crying, and us, we will keep winning. The lawsuit has sparked something far bigger than I, or anyone else for that matter, could have ever imagined. It's awakened the beast from within the gaming community. While pathetic losers and detractors will inevitably always try to tear us down, the overwhelming support right here proves to anyone witnessing that we are still winning. This is a movement, a stand against those who tried to silence our voices in the industry. To everyone who supported this cause so far, genuinely thank you. I can't thank you enough. I will keep fighting
Wish I could see more.
I have to, and as long as I have to with something like this, because I take it very seriously. I wasn't joking when I took gaming seriously and said I love gaming, and it's been in my blood since I was born, and I worked in the game industry, and I have a YouTube channel talking about gaming, and people keep calling me a fake gamer. Until the day I die, I'm going to be confused as why people say that, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, because all that really does matter is I know me deep down inside. I believe who I am, I know who I am, and people can try to take that down. It won't work, because we all know if you're a gamer, intrinsically, it's inside all of us. The generosity and belief in me from the community has been supremely humbling, and I want everyone to know that I will never back down. But at this point, that's where we're at, and again, I can't thank you guys enough, blowing this completely out of the water. And yes, it is still up for those that want to contribute more in case this lawsuit proceeds. But again, in the interest of full transparency, as of right now, all I've paid to Ron Coleman and all I owe to him for this situation so far is $25,000. It may not ever be anything more than that, and I'd love to think that's the case, but I also know the reality of legality and how these things can quickly spiral. So I'll leave it there. Thank you guys so much for watching, and as always, you stay smashing.
This man is not to be touched.
I did a little bit of this last night, so I'm going through this part quickly. Same info. Oh, wait. Ten-hour workday, let's go. Chop, chop. How do I see the... We'll see. This is America, bro. Super normal here. How do I know? It's 21 degrees. It's fine. Better give him this shit table. The game made me. It's bitter. Is this good or not? I have no fucking idea. do I get required quality bad? I'm sure we'll be fine. The hell is this? Why did this start? I'm so confused. Why was there two? What? Why was there two of them? I feel like maybe I should have taken a bigger place. Here's the thing, right? If I do like, do I need this many? Can I do it on my own? That's the question. Jesus. This shit goes deep, bro. The hell? My mind is already melting. Holy fuck. Wait, the music stop. Just we'll take this day to do all of the money stuff, and then maybe tomorrow we can actually make our own stuff. Although maybe I have time. I don't know. I am running out of time for this crap. Oh, he lived. Okay, it's silver, fine. $100K, boys. Okay, let's just start on something on our own. This is the game I linked you. Checking a guy? Yeah, I don't know. I usually just look up shit when I get stuck. Or restart 5 times. Oops. so fucking lost. Jesus. Fine. Yeah, apparently stick with contracts for now. Oh, damn. Oh, I see. That's why it's hardware. Theoretically, I could do this. Give it a shot. Oh, damn. One day is 1 month, though, right? Oh, crap. I may have fucked up. Oh, we definitely fucked up. He just barely made it. Outstanding quality, let's go. I feel like I could have gotten more money if I did 3 of the small ones. Give me 5 minutes. And why did the music stop? Get the soundtrack. Yeah, the sweet, sweet sounds of nothing. Have a cunning plan. Enjoy.
Tall grass in the bayou couldn't hide the sight of the way D4 played. It was a fright. The sound of my tractor couldn't conceal the way D4 made me feel. D4 bad, D4 dog shit. Wanted to love her, but I despise her. D4 bad, D4 dog shit. I'll be better once I crack a Budweiser. Thousand deaths, but it feels like it's made in China. There's no active players in all North Carolina. I'd rather strap up than become a coal miner than play D4 with their shitty designers. D4 bad, D4 dog shit. Wanted to love her, but I despise.
Bro, it's freaking frost as fuck in the hallway.
I'll be better once I crack the Budweiser.
Come on, Slowpoke. Yep. I walk weird. Oh, fuck. You have to hire like cleaners? How does that work? Why'd the music stop? Is there like a button that I pressed or something? It's very annoying. I'm gonna put this back on.
Peggy 12. Remember, it's my own name.
Sorry, I'm scrolling through my my Steam thing. Sorry, my bad. Might as well send him home now, right? There's no way I'm gonna. Like if I would start an art contract, the month will take over because he's gonna go home anyway. He gets an hour off. Might not mercy. You guys check out this roll game? I'm gonna put that on my wish list. That seems like it has a potential. Borderlands 4. Jesus. Waifu VR. Yeah, gee, thanks, Steam. Should I like hire another person? I'm so fucking lost, dude. Music's back. It's only satisfactory, but it's still decent. We still got the money. And the music's gone again. The fuck, bro? Make it loop. What the hell? I guess I have to hire somebody? I'm so fucking lost, bro. You have no idea. How do I clean the fucking floors, bro? Fuck, it's bigger than me. What do I need? What's this compatibility shit? Negative effectiveness boost and negative satisfaction boost. Oh. Apparently, if you wait a few days, it clears up as well. I don't understand. Like, it's his bad, but he's a friend maker. So, wouldn't that negate each other? Question mark? How bad is Slow Eater? Was it? Need to be in 2D though. Fuck. This points points lift. Wow, whatever. We'll figure it out. Oh, no, 2D and audio. Wait, does the guy start immediately? Shit. Shit. How do I fuck? How do I change that? You need. That's gonna bug me. There we go. Oh, I forgot. you doing? Did I not hire it? I did hire it again. I guess he starts tomorrow. Oh, here he is. Nope. Guess he starts tomorrow. Fuck. I'm so fucking confused. Way to waste my money. Now she wants out when I close the door. Cats. Oh. Oh shit. Chocolate mousse. I hate that the music stops. It's so annoying. That's bitter. You just got here, dude. Get back to work. Oh, it's not 8 a.m. yet. Oh. Oh no. Okay, that's unacceptable. God damn. My dude, you are not helping. Eat breakfast on your own time. Jesus. Why is he not even helping? Oh, not qualified. Wonderful. I need at least 2, right, before I do anything. Just minimum 2 iterations, otherwise it's just gonna go down the drain. Damn, how many do we need? Jesus. Sorry, these things are way too small. Needs to be twice the size. I feel like my first employee should not have been an artiste. Yo, exquisite. Oh, sorry, I wasn't looking at the fucking. Yeah, yeah. Hello. Soon back in civilization. Yeah, the Mad Games Tycoon was on my wish list, and then this one I like to watch the Spiffing Brit. He plays a lot of these games, and I saw this. I was like, okay, this looks hilarious. I need it, but it's so fucking complex. Holy shit. I just paid this guy like $5,000 to sit around for an entire month, essentially. Fuck. Oh, nice. Decent internet. Hype. Yeah, I do. I do. Guess I'll do some reviews and then we'll find out. Good enough. Okay, no one's fixing bugs. Good enough. Not much I can do right now. Yeah, I'm almost through Act 1 with the, or Act 1, Difficulty 1 with the monk as well now. There is one other game that I've been playing off stream that's nothing like this. It's called Bad to Bad. Some weirdo survival shooter, like I don't know, a little bit like that Tarkov single player I was playing, like from but more like a mobile type. Oh. All right, what do we do? Level 1 system 2D, artist 2D. Okay, let's try this. Oh no, we don't have a level 1 2D. Let's try this. How do I clean the goddamn floors, man? It's driving me nuts. It looks terrible. Yeah, dude, the Ranger is nuts, bro. Ranger is crazy. Witch is great too, dude. My witch is nuts. Like, actually nuts. And just in case, in terms of what happens, the screen is constantly full of stuff. Like, can't see shit. All right, this is too heavy. It's not heavy, but I need another. Hopefully they like each other. Yes. You're gonna be smack dab next to each other. I don't give a fuck. Oops. Bro. These prices are nuts. That's $120,000 a year. I don't understand this. Theoretically, this is the best one then? No, that's the best one? Oh no, he's stressed. Never mind, skip that. Yes. I don't know how to read this. He's also one of the more expensive ones in there. Son of a... What a bitch. They need to stop stopping the music. Very annoying. Oh shit, there's a new Mad game out. Mad Smartphone Tycoon. This is weird. This is not from the same guys as the other one, as the other Mad games. Like, make up your mind, guys. The fuck? Yeah, two different guys. Fucking random. Start the work. God, how many reviews do we need, dude? Jesus. $63 apparently. I want to fix one bug. Come on. Just one. Hey. Round them too. Day's over. Come on. Get off my property. Here's a question. How do I... I mean, he's got some... Oh no, he doesn't have any skill in program. I am so lost. How do I train them? No idea. I hate that this guy is just sitting there not doing anything. Like I feel like I did nothing the whole month. 'Cause one day is a month, right? Ridiculous. Did he just say he went on vac? It said he went on vacation. Ah, cunt. See, and now he's sitting there because he's just a designer. Oh no, I'm restarting. Fuck this. Fuck, why is this so fucking complicated? Oh no, I didn't save Randy O'Brien. I should. Ugh. You know what? Boom. Vanessa Martin gets 25% of my profits. Until I buy a ride. Okay, what did I take? Need capacitor though. Yeah, capacitor, super focused, and then slow walker. I don't only have 7. I should have 9. Oh. That's why. I have no fucking idea, dude. I really don't. Why are her pants up to here? Jesus. Don't know if I should do that. Why she get 12 points? Oh, because of this? But I gave the other one accounting, right? Oh, I need 2 negatives. Okay, for now, I'm not gonna bother with walls just yet. Okay. Oh. Fine, there's no need anything, so I can just ignore that. Oh, I forgot to name them. Hmm. I don't. You know what? It's my founder. But technically not. I'm banger, but you know. Doesn't matter for these guys. Ghost Founder. Alright, that's better already. Oh, shit. Well, that's definitely gonna be more than enough. I misinterpreted that fucking... Oops. Just do it at the same time, same diff. The music seriously needs to stop stopping. It's fucking... The hell? Oh, I forgot again. Like you're the computer's whirl or whiz. Get 25% less money now, right? Because of the other founder, but I don't have to pay anyone yet, and I'm gonna keep it that way for a while. I should have done 3-1 and 1-3 on the artist for my guys. Ahem. Watch some bugs. Damn, there's a lot of bugs. $50K though. Money. I feel like we should do the small ones, because then I can do more of them, and I'll get my reputation up higher because I'm doing more jobs, right? That makes sense, no? That's how I would do that. So we're gonna stay away from the big bang ones. Well, big bang, it's not big bang. We're gonna stay away from those guys, and we're just gonna do a few. We'll do smaller ones in bulk for now, so we can get that business rep up. That's how it works. Because maybe like a big one just gives you way more rip as well. Right? Seriously though, where's all the music at? Fucking hell. Maybe I should make walls. Never mind. Oh crap. Come on. This needs the big den so I can move him over to this one. Why does it say 150 here when the environment here was minus 25? So confused. 137 effectiveness. 106. Why is it so bad for her? And how do I fucking clean my shit? Clean floor. A one-time cleaner, maintenance, and IT repair. I manage staff. Plus I no. I'm so lost. No, I'm confused. That's not it. I wasted 500 bucks. Oh. Done. It's bug fix for 30 minutes, then it's over and push this shit out. Can't help but notice no one's cleaning. I forgot to push it out. Whoops. Hmm. That costs me $1,000 a month. Fuck my life. Jesus. Well, it's going up at least. Time is it? Ooh. I'm gonna stop here. It's like 1:30 in the morning. I wanna watch something and then sleep. I'll be back tomorrow. Same place, same time. Random day of the week. You know how it goes. Play more PoE. Oh, I need to get my monk. Get the gruel. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Thank you so much. Peace the fuck out. Bye bye.